DILG, Department of the Interior and Local Government Region 11.
Thank you so much for that. And now we would like to acknowledge the presence of our participants, our regional director, our assistant regional director, our provincial and city directors, cluster heads, provincial field officers, and our fellow public servants, our vice governors, vice mayors, members of the Sanggunian, and secretaries to the Sanggunian. Welcome and thank you for joining us today. We also extend our warm welcome to those joining us virtually via Zoom and Facebook Live. Your presence, even from a distance, is truly appreciated, and we are grateful for your participation in today's activity. This is a gentle reminder to all our participants, including po those joining via the virtual platform. An attendance link will be flashed on the screen and will be shared through the Zoom chat for our online participants. So please be informed as well that this attendance will serve as the basis for the issuance of certificates after the activity. So participants who are unable to complete the 2-day sessions and topics will be issued a certificate of participation. Meanwhile, those who complete all sessions and requirements will be awarded with a certificate of completion. And now to formally open today's activity, may we call on our regional director, Director Abdullah V. Matalam, to deliver the opening message.
Maing buntag, napod sa atong tanan. It is our distinct honor to welcome each and everyone, all here in Davao City for this 2-day training workshop. The stronger LGU. Stronger LGUs, it's a training workshop on the empowerment of local Sanggunians as quasi-judicial bodies in conducting administrative investigations. So, konting lang, quasi-judicial means to act like a court. Quasi-judicial bodies in conducting administrative investigations. What we are going to do now is for administrative investigations, not for criminal and or civil cases. Claro? Okay. So, again, we would like to say dagpo gyud among pasalamaton gikan sa DILG for the physical presence sa atoang mga participants today from the Municipality of Hagonoy, Davao del Sur, Secretary to the Sangguniang Bayan, Sir Resan Erickson S. Sir, maing buntag. Municipal Councilor Batulan Christopher T. Sir, maing buntag. Municipal Councilor Niere LVF. Ma'am. Municipal Councilor Arino Roland D. Municipal Vice Mayor Vincent Alexes A. Paden. Ug ang satuang munisipyo og Magsaysay, the Municipal Vice Mayor Sarande Ronnie L. Sangguniang Bayan Member Corpus Douglas D. Sangguniang Bayan Member Ambayan Roberto B. Sangguniang Bayan Member Estremos Ferdinand P. LLSO2 Macarayan Ines Lau P. The Provincial Vice Governor of the Province of Davao Oriental, Gaita Maria Glenda Monet, coming. For the Municipality of Manay, Davao Oriental, SB Secretary Cadiz Arcelin G. Municipal Vice Mayor Lahora Alfonso C. Jr. Municipal Councilor Mamparo Jesus L. Jr. Municipal Councilor Panuayan Emarfel G. Municipal Councilor Lumando Telma P. For the municipality of Mawab, we do have Municipal Vice Mayor Medina Ramil R. Sangguniang Bayan Member Mirasol Bob R. Sangguniang Bayan Member Eswerte Jr. Amadeo R. Sangguniang Bayan Secretary Buemil Josephine C. For Mawab, we have Sangguniang Bayan Member Gonzaga Ronero S. And for the municipality of New Bataan, Davao de Oro, Secretary to the Sangguniang Bayan Viajante June Carlo J. Vice Mayor Digaynon Alpha P. SB Member Famoso Henry D. SB Member Manggubat Everardo P. And SB Member ABC President Mabasa Serio A. And then, aduna po tayo, virtual, no, participants, the Honorable Syrian A. Reterba, Vice Mayor of the Bunturan, Davao de Oro. Palakpakan na to, ma'am, naminaw ka. Cherry Claire T. Contawi, Staff Office of the Vice Mayor, LGU Nabunturan, Davao de Oro. The Honorable Josie James Dirillo, SB Member, Malita, Davao Occidental. Honorable Domingo M. Estrada, Sangguniang Bayan Member, LGU Moncayo, Davao de Oro. Sangguniang Bayan Members and SB Secretary of Boston, Davao Oriental. Honna Velino Ticabag, SB Member, LGU Moncayo, Davao de Oro. And Alice Joy Ordaneta Lumactod, our Legislative Staff Officer 2. So, this is a part of our Bantay Corruption program and the Stronger LGUs for Full Devolution programs. No? Usan ni siya ka inisyatibo. It's an initiative being designed to address a critical yet often complex facet of legislative work, the exercise of our quasi-judicial powers. Throughout the existence of Republic Act 7160 or the Local Government Code of 1991, our LGUs, our local government units have been expected, you have been expected a lot for our regional and even national development to lead. Nga kita'y mag-una-una, kita'y mangulo. Okay? So the Sanggunian as a pillar of justice stands not just at the forefront of this endeavor, but also serves as a check to power. We often view the Sanggunian primarily through the lens of policy making and legislation. Mauna ang naanaran na to kung ato ang isgutan bayan sa Sanggunian. However, your role as a check and balance mechanism is equally vital and very much important. When you sit to conduct administrative investigations, you are not merely a legislator, no? You are the arbiters of integrity within your jurisdiction. Tama. The power to investigate is the power to protect the trust of the people. Naasa inyo ang mga kamot na. However, with this power comes heavy responsibilities. Dagko nga responsibilidad of ensuring na kinanglan masigurado nato that due process and upholding the rule of law. So this training and our workshop, our objective, ang atong tumong ba, is to provide you karon the technical expertise and the legal framework which is very much necessary kinanglanon to conduct these investigations with confidence, impartiality, and excellence. So, this is also in view of the Mandanas-Garcia ruling of the Supreme Court. I presume that kita nga mga sanggunian karon na present diri na kahibalo na mo ani, no? Mandanas-Garcia Doctrine and the subsequent issuance of EO number 138 series of 2021 by no other than the former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. The department is continuing kapadayon ta to carry out its mandate of building stronger LGUs. So the word stronger LGUs is not just a title. It is our roadmap. Mauni ang atong plano. So kita tanan, we believe, nagtuo ta that stronger sanggunians lead to more disciplined local bureaucracies, empowered local officials foster a culture where corruption has no room to thrive, and transparent processes build a lasting bond of trust between the government and the governed. So, kita sa tuwang mga vice governors, vice mayors, sanggunian members, and sanggunian secretaries, ginaauhag na to, no, ang tanan to maximize this opportunity, engage with our resource speakers, clarify the nuances of administrative procedures, and share your best practices. Ayaw kaulaw, pangutana, this is the right time to do so. So let us transform our local legislative bodies into formidable bastions of justice and good governance. And by the end of this activity, we are very much confident that we will return to our respective provinces and municipalities not just with a new knowledge, but a renewed sense of duty to the Filipino people. Okay? I just want to say something also to my dear MLGOs and CLGOs after the two-day activity. So you will be carrying the exact and the knowledge with the activity yesterday and for today. I just would like to remind each and everyone that yesterday we had the CLE, Continuing Legal Educations. We have the Commission on Elections, BP 881, Omnibus Election Code. We had the Republic Act 3019, the Anti-Corrupt and Corrupt Practices Act, and the Gender and Development Laws. So you carry it when you go home to your respective local offices. Okay? And for today, we do have also these quasi-judicial functions for the Sanggunians. So daghang salamat ug may buntag sa atong tanan.
Thank you very much, RD Toto, for your inspiring and encouraging message. And now, to give us a clearer perspective of what to expect throughout this two-day training, let us hear an overview of the activity from Attorney Camille E. Flores, OIC Division Chief of LGCDD DILG 11.
Good morning, everyone, to our DILG 11 personnel, our vice mayors, vice governors, and members of the Sanggunian, and of course, our secretaries to the Sanggunian who are joining us physically and virtually. Good morning. Allow me to briefly discuss why we are here today, the objectives of this training, and the topics that you will learn, relearn, and possibly unlearn throughout the activity. For several years now, the Department of the Interior and Local Government has been implementing its flagship initiative called the Stronger for Full Devolution. This is a strategic program aimed at capacitating local government units to fully assume devolved functions and services as already provided under the Local Government Code of 1991 and other related laws. Parallel to this program is the Bantay Corruption Program, which is anchored under the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. This initiative is recognizing that the importance of creating an enabling environment which necessitates the practice of good governance and improvement of bureaucratic efficiency. Now, for this activity, DILG 11 deemed it strategic to combine the Stronger for Full Devolution Program and the Bantay Corruption Program, considering that the Stronger Devolution Program focuses on strengthening LGU capacities, while the Bantay Corruption focuses on accountability and transparency in local governance. So now we have a unified banner called the Stronger Bantay Corruption Program. The importance of this program is that we want to make sure that the local government units all throughout Davao region ensures the refinement of their respective internal rules of procedure, particularly in their quasi-judicial functions, because based on our latest monitoring, most of the local government units in Davao region already have their respective internal rules of procedures for local legislative functions, but not all LGUs have their respective IRPs for quasi-judicial functions. Next slide, please. As of the latest monitoring, these are the numbers which shows the status of IRPs adopted and updated by our local sanggunian. So we have 33 LGUs with operational and updated IRPs, 6 IRPs which needs further review, one is a draft or for enactment, and there are still 14 LGUs who needs to draft and adopt their respective IRPs. Therefore, we conducted this training primarily to enhance the capacities of our remaining local government units, and for other LGUs who attended this, who already have their IRPs, you might want to refine your existing IRPs based on the things that you will learn during the training. So these are the objectives of the training. You as participants shall be able to first appreciate and communicate the legal basis and purpose for the quasi-judicial functions of your respective sanggunian. Second, discuss and apply the proper process in conducting administrative investigations. Third, demonstrate proficiency in the drafting or enhancement of your respective internal rules of procedure. Fourth, provide insights and policy recommendations for improving existing provisions of the Local Government Code of 1991 concerning the quasi-judicial role of sanggunian. And lastly, we inserted additional topic for our training, the codification of ordinances. We aim that you understand and apply the process of codifying ordinances for better legislative governance. Throughout the 2-day training, we will begin with an orientation on the Stronger for Full Devolution program to be discussed by LGO5 Kathleen Marjorie S. Cinco Vigilia, which will provide us with clear understanding of the government's devolution agenda and the strategic role of local governments in assuming devolved functions and responsibilities. This will be followed by an overview of the Bantay Corruption Program, which will be presented by Attorney Dolly Jane J. Ranises, where we will revisit the importance of integrity, accountability, and citizen participation in promoting transparent governance. We will then proceed to the rationale for rules of procedure and revisiting the role of the sanggunian as quasi-judicial bodies, a session that seeks to deepen our understanding of the legal and procedural foundations of quasi-judicial functions of the sanggunian. Later this afternoon, building on the learnings this morning, Attorney Shanice A. Abalorio Cañete will facilitate the session on formulating the rules of the procedure in quasi-judicial cases, where participants will gain practical guidance on crafting procedural rules that ensure fairness, efficiency, and due process. To reinforce your learning in the afternoon, we will be also having a workshop on drafting the internal rules of procedure. We would like to make sure that our LGU participants brought their respective laptops because you will be using that later in the afternoon workshop. On day 2, we will focus on the topic conducting administrative investigations to be jointly facilitated by Attorney Cañete and Attorney Ranises. This session will cover the essential principles, processes, and practical consideration in handling administrative cases. Finally, the last topic for tomorrow will be about the session on codification of ordinances, to be discussed by our invited resource person from the LGCDD DILG Region 13 or Caraga Region, LGO6 Don Manuel O. Patrimonio, which will emphasize the importance of organizing and systemizing local ordinances to improve accessibility, consistency, and legislative efficiency. We hope that throughout these sessions, each participant will not only gain knowledge, but also strengthen competencies necessary in ensuring effective local governance, sound administrative justice, and responsive legislative action. Thank you very much, and I wish we have a very productive and meaningful training. Good morning.
Thank you, Attorney Camille, for that comprehensive overview. And now at this juncture, we now proceed to our first session, which is the orientation on the Stronger for Full Devolution program. Please help me welcome Ms. Kathleen Marjorie S. Cinco, LGO5 of DILG LGCDD.
So good morning, everyone, my fellow DILG personnel, and to our vice mayors, vice governors, members of the Sanggunian, and also our Sanggunian secretaries. And welcome once again to our training workshop. And allow me first to orient everyone, although our DILG personnel are already aware of this Stronger LGUs program. So for the information of our LGU personnel who are here in our training workshop. So this Stronger for Full Devolution is just about strengthening local governance, okay, in view of the implementation of full devolution. And we are all aware already of the Executive Order 138, right, series of 2021, wherein the devolution of certain functions of the executive branch of our government to our local government units. And specifically, the objectives of this Stronger for Full Devolution program are the following. So first, the formulation of policies and strategies to support capacity building for LGUs to fully assume their devolved functions, again in line with the EO 138. And second, support the Congress in the review of the Local Government Code of 1991 or RA 7160 to update. And we all know that dugay na kaayo no ang atong local government code. So it is already deemed necessary na no to update and attune obsolete provisions of the LGC to current developments and current realities in our local government units and address significant policy gaps and challenges. And third is to facilitate the conduct of capacity building activities and interventions for LGUs in order for our LGUs to fully assume the devolved functions and services and also accelerate the attainment of our sustainable development goals. So basically, our training workshop for today on Bantay Corruption is not really different to what we are implementing in the Stronger for Full Devolution program, no, because we are addressing again capacity gaps that we deem necessary for our LGU personnel and also our local government officials. So what are the legal basis of the Stronger for Full Devolution? Of course, our Republic Act number 7160 or the Local Government Code of 1991 as the cornerstone of local autonomy and decentralization in the Philippines, as already emphasized by our OIC LGCDD chief kanina, no, ni Attorney Camille Flores. And also, again, we have the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas Garcia petitions. And we have also the Presidential Directive number PBBM-2025-1710 issued on September 30 of 2025, directing DepDep, DILG, no? The President directed DepDep and DILG and other concerned agencies to work with Congress to again come up with necessary amendments in our local government code. Next, we have Executive Order 103, series of 2025, which amends EO number 138, series of 2021. I know parang hindi pa tayo fully aware lahat, no, especially our local officials, that there is already an issuance or an executive order from our president. Again, the Executive Order 103, which amends or extends the transition period for devolution to FY 2028. So that is the main purpose of Executive Order 103. And to also provide sufficient time, of course, no, for our for the smooth transition of devolved functions to our LGUs. Sige, next slide. So what are the guiding principles in the Stronger for Full Devolution program? So first, local first, meaning the local governance reform agenda should emanate from the experiences and aspirations of our local government units. Second, it should be consultative and inclusive. So actually, for the information of everyone, no, our consultations for the amendment of the local government code involves sectoral na involvement of everyone, no, in the local government units. So it is to acknowledge that we are ang DILG, dili lang kami ang expert, no, kamo jud ang local government units nato ang nakahibalo kung unsa ang dapat nato i-amend, no, sa local government code based sa current realities nato sa ground. Next, it should be evidence-based. So we are utilizing research and studies to support the practice and to establish facts related to the proposed amendments to the local government code. And again, we aspire to have partnership and also collaboration with other stakeholders across national government agencies, our partners, no, our regional line agencies, our CSOs or civil society organizations, the private sector, our academe or the local resource institutes, and other relevant stakeholders. Next, last but definitely not the least, is to build broad-based consensus, meaning there is unanimity and support on the priority na policy reforms, no, na kumbaga consensus-based jud ta sa atoang pag-build o unsa man ang atong mga need na i-amend for the local government code. Next. So what are the program deliverables under the Stronger for Full Devolution? First, policies and strategies to guide LGUs to support capacity building to fully assume their devolved functions. So first, the DILG, our central office, through the Bureau of Local Government Development or BLGD, will be giving the supplementary guidelines now na nanatay issuance sa EO number 103. And by the way, for the information of everyone, we will be conducting an online orientation on EO 103. So we will be inviting you all sa atong mga LGU personnel so that you will be properly oriented, no, on this issuance. So again, our central office through the BLGD shall cascade guidelines for LGUs on EO number 103 and provide information, education, and communication materials, and also conduct related researches, studies, and policy notes pertaining to the amendment to the Local Government Code of 1991. Next. So specifically, in the regional office, no, we may also develop strategies to address capacity development needs of our local government units as indicated in their LGU devolution transition plans, the results of our Seal of Good Local Governance assessment, the analysis of our Regional Institutional Development Support or READS program, and also the LGU Capacity Development Agenda. Next, we have the Local Government Code of 1991 Review and Amendment Program, or the LGC revamp. So basically, this program will be, the methodology of this program will be through focus group discussions, now, or consultations from different sectors, from our provincial HUC level to the regional level, okay, to build consensus on what should be our final na output at the regional level for our legislative proposals to be submitted to the House of Representatives and the Senate. So the expected outputs under this program or the LGC revamp is of course the list of the priority legislative agenda or reform areas on the Local Government Code of 1991. And there are also related researches, studies, and policy notes, IEC materials, and draft bills with explanatory note and associated studies for justification. Next, so last deliverable under the Stronger for Full Devolution program is the conduct of capacity building activities and interventions for local government units, again, based on the capacity gaps of our LGUs that we can see from their CapDev agenda or the results of the SGLG, katong mga results po sa analysis sa REITs, no, and even sa LGU DTPs. So the expected outputs of this program deliverable are, first, we have the workshops and other activities to again support the needed capacity development for our LGUs in the preparation or updating of their DTPs, CapDev activities for LGUs to support full devolution, and also the IEC campaign materials in relation to the full devolution. So again, ano lang to no, kanang overall lang jud na orientation on what the program is all about. So I think that would be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sky, for that informative discussion. And now for our next topic, the overview of the Bantay Corruption Program, which will be a continuous discussion with the topic Rationale for Rules of Procedure and Revisiting the Role of the Sanggunians as Quasi-Judicial Bodies. This session will further deepen our understanding of the vital role that our local legislative bodies play in governance and accountability. To guide us through this important discussion, we are honored to have with us a distinguished speaker from the Regional Legal Services Unit of DILG Region 11. Please help me welcome Attorney Dali Jane J. Rañices, Attorney for and Chief of the RLSU.
To our Regional Director, Abdullah V. Matalam, to our Assistant Regional Director, Charissa T. Guerta, SESU 5, to Honorable Vice Mayors, Honorable Members of our Sanggunian, Secretaries to the Sanggunian, as well as our virtual participants, our very energetic and hardworking CLGOOs and MLGOOs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I was tasked to deliver the overview of DILG's Bantay Corruption Program. Aside from the department's mandate of general supervision over LGUs, DILG is also tasked to monitor the local sanggunian of their quasi-judicial functions, in relation to Section 60 to 68 of RA 7160 or the Local Government Code of 1991. Now, why do we need to monitor or enable our local sanggunian of their quasi-judicial functions? Because the quasi-judicial power vested in the sanggunian is a very powerful tool to promote good governance, accountability, and transparency to our government, no? And the exercise of this power covered hearing elective officials may suffer the corresponding penalties under RA 7160. It includes preventive suspension pending the investigation or katong suspension na mismo if found guilty of the acts complained of. Now, as such, this power must be exercised with meticulous care, respecting the rights of the complainant as well as the rights of the respondent. Because we have this doctrine in the law, no, na a person's rights and when another person's rights begin, no? So both the complainant and the respondent have a right, especially for the respondent, of due process before we impose the necessary penalty. Also, the respondent has the right to a speedy disposition of cases. That's why under RA 7160, which we will be discussed section per section earlier, na ay timeline on our conduct of investigation in the exercise of our quasi-judicial function as a sanggunian. Now, the objective of this training is to enable and equip our local sanggunian the capacity of developing and strengthening, modernizing the rules of procedure in the exercise of your quasi-judicial powers and function. Another objective of this training is to empower the sanggunian to formulate or to improve, or as mentioned by Attorney Camille earlier, to refine your internal rules of procedure, because it is very important, no, as to the daily operational transactions and dealings with the local sanggunian. And then one of our objective also on the later part of this training is to have the workshop on drafting of your IRPs to help you again improve the formulation of your IRPs. Kay what if di ay naay kulang, no, or what if pod naay sobra. So we need to really kanabang enough and sufficient siya to support your internal rules of procedure. So without further ado, let's proceed with the first topic for this training, the rationale for rules of procedure. Now, according to the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 of the National Economic Development Authority or NEDA, open, efficient, and accountable governance is required to achieve inclusive and resilient society through economic information. So the bedrock of this discussion lies in efficient administration of justice and the practice of good governance. Now, nga naman ako ginabalik-balik ang good governance? Because as elective local officials, maugid na ang gina-expect, no, sa katawhan, no? Gibutar ta sa katawhan to provide them their basic needs, to provide them with good governance in order to address their needs. So why are rules of procedure important? Again, good governance and public accountability, efficient administration of justice and bureaucratic efficiency, protect integrity, and enhance public image. So when we say good governance, it is a stable and accountable justice system essential in achieving economic transformation. So the needs and expectations of our litigants are reliably managed within definite time frames by impartial actors supported by technology, adaptive, and disaster resilient infrastructure. When we say justice and bureaucratic efficiency, it pertains to, as I've said earlier, open, efficient, and accountable governance, which results to a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. Now, when we say integrity and enhanced public image, if we make our government inclusive, we build the trust and confidence of our constituents and stakeholders. When there is a confidence with our justice system or the quasi-judicial functions of the local sanggunian, more entrepreneurs and business leaders are willing to invest, no, or to expand their networks in your respective LGUs. So what is good governance? But let's tackle first on kung unsa ang governance per se, no? So governance includes the implementation, of course, implementation of laws, rules of the land, including the implementation of Section 16, the General Welfare Clause, and Section 17, the provision of basic necessities and facilities under RA 7160. So basically, under Section 16 and Section 17, these are all encompassing provisions under the local government code. Why? As local government units, you are expected to promote the public interest of your people, no? Ang Section 16, kung sabton yun nato siya kinasing-kasing, naa na actually dito atanan. Ang succeeding sections na lang sa local government code, gi-enumerate na lang niya, gi-specify niya kung unsa ang naa sa Section 16 as well as Section 17. If local government units are able to deliver, no, kung unsa tong ginapangayo under Section 16 and 17, then it is expected that good governance will follow. So when we say good governance, it means that public institutions manage resources and public affairs in a way that's responsible, free from corruptions, and always with the rule of law in mind, no? I would relate this kaning concept of good governance with the very controversial kaniganing ayuda or financial assistance to 4Ps, no? Sa social media, naga-debate na ang mga tao kasi especially the middle class taxpayers, no? Kay they think na ang 4Ps spoiled kaayo, no? If I am not mistaken, sa Manila, ang 4Ps, libre ang ilahang Meralco. Of course, at the expense of the government funds. So asa man kuhaon ng government funds? From the taxes, because taxes are the lifeblood of the government. So there must be a balance. Actually, nindot ang objective of assisting kaning ato ang mga 4Ps beneficiaries or from families of the lower class, no, to improve their social life, no? Kaya lang ang mga middle class taxpayers nagreklamo na pod kasi ang mga middle class or middle working class would say naamon pod mi amo ang needs, no? Mga middle class are most of them breadwinners. So nganong dili man mi qualified na makadawat og 4Ps, no? So to address ang ato ang ginaistoryahan na good governance, I would say that there must be a balance, no, between assisting the lower class families and also at the same time assisting ang middle class families. So wala may, as well as actually ang mga higher income earners, 'di ba? Part man pud sila sa kaning naga-support of our taxes. So as of the moment, wala pay resolutions on how are we going to balance between kaning between providing the needs of our lower class families at the expense of the middle class as well as the high income earners. So I hope that would be resolved in the future na mag-meet halfway ang tanang katawhan, no? And then, so here, what are the characteristics of good governance? So first, we have participation, rule of law, transparency, consensus-oriented, accountability, effectiveness and efficiency, equity and inclusiveness, and finally, responsiveness. So isa-isa ho nato siya ang 8 kabuok characteristics of good governance. So let's start first with participation. Participation can either be direct or indirect through legitimate intermediate institution or representatives. Now, in the context of our exercise of quasi-judicial functions, our constituents can directly participate in the governance through filing of administrative cases. Now, what are the grounds for filing of administrative cases under the quasi-judicial function of the local sanggunian? The grounds is provided under Section 60 of RA 7160. Later, we will discuss isa-isa ho nato itong grounds, no? And then, as a representative body of the people, the sanggunian concerned determines whether the acts complained of against an erring elective official have probable cause for them to believe that the said we call the erring elective official as respondent, to believe that the respondent is indeed accountable for the acts complained of. And the next is accountability. So when we say accountability, it is enshrined under Section 1, Article 11 of the 1987 Constitution. Unsa man ni? Public office is a public trust. Public officers and employees must at all times be accountable to the people, serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency, act with patriotism and justice, and live modest lives. So generally, we as public officers and officials are held accountable to those who will be affected by their decisions and actions. So I know ang mga members nato of the sanggunian can relate to this, no, na every action of the sanggunian, there is an equivalent reaction of the people, no? Dili gyud nimo ma-please tanan. You enact an ordinance, particularly for this subject matter, na ay masuko, no? Na ay mo benepisyo sa ordinance. So as I've said again, kinahanglan nato ibalanse ang needs sa atoang mga katawhan. And the next is the rule of law. This characteristic of good governance is more relative to rule on due process in the context of quasi-judicial proceedings and the speedy disposition of cases. So in the exercise of your QJ, I highly recommend that you strictly follow on what is provided under Section 60 to 68 of RA 7160, as well as its IRR. And don't forget that there must always be due process and equal protection. And then also responsiveness. Good governance requires that institution and processes should do its best to serve all stakeholders within the reasonable time frame. Under Section 62, 68. So, included din sa responsiveness is our kanibang modernization or adoption of digital transformation in our quasi-judicial proceedings. Let me give you an example. Ang Supreme Court kasi at the moment, they are already implementing kaning digital transformation of court processes and court proceedings. Now, kami na mga lawyers, actually, we are mandated to register under the Supreme Court portal na aming mga account sa Supreme Court. Why? Because dito, kung private practitioner ka, dito nimo makita ang update sa imuhang cases, no? And then also, the Supreme Court is implementing kaning electronic means of serving summons and court processes. For civil cases, electronic, pwede na mag-submit og electronic pleadings. No? Through email lang siya. No need na mag-submit og hard copy. Because we have this efficient paper rule. Unya ang mga courts, puno na pud og papel. Ang bodega sa mga courts, nagpatong-patong na, maglisod na sila og retrieve sa ilahang archive. So that is why the court innovated kaning digital transformation. I would suggest that if your local sanggunian is equipped to adopt this kind of innovation, then why not, no? However, I would perfectly understand if kaning naatay mga barangays sa far-flung areas na of course, dili man siya reachable through internet. So, that is why we need to adjust, no? Kung for instance, if i-adopt ninyo ang digital transformation sa Supreme Court, pwede ang submission of pleadings is through email, no? Kay para at least on your part, dili na pud mo maano sa papel, no? Kasi at this point in time, we also need to keep up with the modernization, no? Dili man hangtod sa hangtod magpabilin ta, no? So we need to be progressive. With regards sa kaning mga barangay na naa sa far-flung areas, I think mabuhatan man siya og pamaagi because we have this kaning Starlink, no? Siguro if naay budget ang ato ang sanggunian, we can provide the barangay of Starlink para at least naa sila'y kaning access to the internet. Kasi ang nakagwapo manggod aning electronic means of processes is that kung if I may share, no, sa Supreme Court kasi if they sent a court order through email, the counting of the period begins through sending the email. Dili siya upon receipt. Ang sa ato amang ko, diba, kung naay notice ang sanggunian or naay order ang sanggunian, physically siya ginahatag and then ang receipt dito pa upon personal service. Well as if you promote innovation or adoption of digital transformation, ang notices for sessions, for committee hearings, through online na lang pod. So mas dali siya. Kasi dili na sila pwede maka-deny na ay wala man ko naka-receive, wala man, dili man na authorized personnel ang nag-receive. So at least kung electronic means, if that is their official email address, then it is deemed received na gid siya ang notices or sanggunian orders in the exercise of quasi-judicial function. And then, okay, next is transparency. This means that actions taken and their enforcement are done in a manner that follows rules and regulation, no? Enough information is provided in such a way that is understandable, informed. However, transparency also has a limitation, no? When it comes to our sanggunian proceedings, yes, indeed, transparent siya. However, remember that there are informations that are confidential. So, diha pod mag-stop na dili tanan information na naa sa sanggunian need po siya divulge, no? We must also evaluate if this information is confidential or privileged communication. Next is consensus-oriented. This means that the interest and welfare of the public is prioritized. You decide as a collegial body for the common good of your constituents. In the context of quasi-judicial powers, no, when you render a decision against an erring elective official, the penalty or the exoneration of the public official must be decided as a body, no? Deliberating on the merits of the case. It must not be isa or duha lang katao ang mag-dictate sa outcome of the case na ay ingoy manggod ing ani dili daw nato siya i-found guilty kay ani ana. So there must be no outside factors that would influence the decision of the local sanggunian in the exercise of its quasi-judicial functions. And then equity and inclusiveness, the people must feel that they are not excluded. By giving the sanggunian the power to discharge its QJ function, your constituents is empowered to access legal remedies to enforce public accountability. The quasi-judicial function of the sanggunian is a venue for your constituents to seek redress, no, when they feel that they are violated. And then lastly is the effectiveness and efficiency. This means that the processes the results of your procedure meet the needs of your constituents, no? So, as I've mentioned earlier, I would really highly encourage you to adopt digital transformation of your sanggunian proceedings. Itry lang, no? For sure, ang inyuhang respective LGUs na may mga IT, naka-hire man og IT, provide training to your IT on how they are going to adopt, no, digital transformation of sanggunian proceedings, especially in the exercise of your quasi-judicial function. So next, imagine your community without good governance, no? Can you describe what your community looks like? So, for me, it would be very chaotic, unsystematic, barbaric ang mga tao. Nga naman, wala man sila rules na ginasunod, no? Wala sila gina-look up na people in authority. So wala sila ginakahadlukan. Unless kung naay good governance, there is a rule that they follow, no? There are people in authority that they would respect, no? And then another factor, if there is no good governance, economic development would not be stable. Political development is also not stable. Social development is unfair. So we have mentioned this earlier, no? Kaning baseline survey report on the status of the local sanggunian's quasi-judicial function. This survey was conducted in 2023. It was administered in 16 regions, including Davao Region, Region 11, targeting 1,592 respondents from 640 LGUs. So, as you can see, kaning red na portion of the pie, this respondents lack knowledge and capacity for judicial functions, which comprises 45%, no? Ang kaning blue says that they have knowledge and capacity of quasi-judicial functions, which is around 50%. And then kaning yellow is no answer sila. So, although daghan-daghan ang naay knowledge and capacity for quasi-judicial function, still, nagyahapoy 45% na nagpabilin, no? Despite the efforts of intervention, naagihapoy ingani na fact, unfortunately, no? Very unfortunate. So this BK program is focused on equipping, no, local sanggunian to develop their rules. Sige, gamay kayo, pero kani ang sa Region 11, no? Sa Region 11, in 2023, there are 22 LGUs that said na or admitted that they lack IRPs and sufficient knowledge to implement their IRP and to exercise their quasi-judicial function. However, there are 20 LGUs that said na, yes, we have undergone training. So mostly, sa nag-answer og yes is that they came from HUC, independent component cities, and first and second class municipalities. Why? Kasi ang HUC, ICC, first and second class capacities, they have their budget to outsource consultants for their IRPs. Unfortunately, ang 4th to 6th class municipalities, they do not have access by reason of financial constraints. Kasi nga, ang moabot na ira sa 4th and 6th municipalities, gagmay na lang. Unlike sa HUC, independent component cities, and first and second class municipalities. That's why the department is putting an effort to really monitor, intervene, and enable the local sanggunian, especially sa lagyo na provinces. If you can observe, walay Davao City, walay HUC. Mostly, LGUs outside of Davao City ang among gipang invite, no? So let's revisit the quasi-judicial powers and functions. So there are actually two functions of the local sanggunian: the legislative power and the quasi-judicial power. The legislative power of the sanggunian is prescribed under sections 48 to 59 of RA 7160. Under section 50 of RA 7160, mauto ang provision that mandates sanggunian to have your respective internal rules of procedure. Question, ma'am, naaman mi internal rules of procedure? Naapoy local government code? Naapoy other applicable laws, rules, and regulation? Unsa ang mag-prevail? IRP, LGC, or other laws of the land? Now, in my opinion, while there is IRP, if your internal rules of procedure is against public policy, against public morals, against public order, and against the law, then makwash out yun ang IRP. What prevails is the local government code and other laws of the land. However, if your IRP is compliant, no? Dili siya magbangga sa LGC, dili po siya magbangga sa other laws and rules, then we don't have a problem. Meaning, hanay ang pagkaluto sa inyuhang IRP, no? So, when we say legislative power of the local sanggunian, it includes your power to enact ordinances and resolutions, no? On the other hand, your quasi-judicial function, as I have been repeating earlier, mao ni siya ang disciplinary actions of hearing public officials. Ang quasi-judicial function is prescribed under Section 60 to 68 of RA 7160. While both powers, legislative powers and quasi-judicial function, you have the power to investigate. However, the procedure of investigation is different, no? So here, sa legislative power, you can impose the penalties of censure, reprimand, exclusion, and expulsion. While in the quasi-judicial power, you can impose the penalty of public censure, reprimand, or suspension. And then, sa legislative power manggod, you have the power to discipline your members and to impose the penalty against the sanggunian member by at least 2/3 votes of all the sanggunian members, no? So again, legislative power, you have the power to discipline. Ayun. So in legislative power, you have the power to discipline. However, the power is limited only to the members of the sanggunian. On the other hand, ang quasi-judicial power and authority, you have the power to discipline against hearing elective officials. So that is the limitations of the legislative and quasi-judicial power. Also, under the legislative power, you have the authority to organize the sanggunian. And then, as to the grounds, kaning disciplinary actions on sanggunian members, the grounds are only limited to disorderly behavior and absences without justifiable cause for 4 consecutive sessions. So kung si sanggunian member, 4 consecutive sessions na siya wala, then that is high time for the other members of the sanggunian to call out that member. Kaya nga nung 4 consecutive sessions, asa di ay siya, no? Unless nag-leave of absence siya or nag-study abroad. And then, conviction by final judgment to imprisonment of at least 1 year for a crime involving moral turpitude. So, kung si sanggunian member nakakommit of crime which has an imposable penalty of 1 year, actually, automatic ang expulsion. Again, when does an automatic expulsion be imposed? If the sanggunian member committed a crime of moral turpitude with a penalty that is exceeding 1 year. So, unsa man yung mga crime of moral turpitude? Of course, murder, homicide, rape, syndicated estafa, no? Kasi, I don't know if you remember kaning katuganing kasagsagan sa mga investment scam, no? Tung Kapa, walay sirado, pero nanirado, mangyapon sila. Regen, daghan kaayo na elective officials na na-drag ang mga pangalan, no? And for sure, pipila sa inyo ha sila sir, nangatawa mo, naka-relate siguro ni sila sir ba, no? Pipila. But I did not hear any case from the ombudsman. Maybe na ay case but I am not fully aware manggod. Maybe na ay mga few elective officials na gikasuhan sa ombudsman in relation to that investment scam. So kung also graft and corruption under RA 3019 is a crime of moral turpitude. Sige, so there are limitations on the legislative powers of the sanggunian, no? So again, sanggunian are authorized under Section 50 to formulate your own rules of internal procedure, no? As I've said, as long as it does not contradict the Constitution, the local government code, and the Supreme Court decisions, or what we call as jurisprudence. And then, IRP are merely procedural and not substantive. Unsa may pasabot ani when we say IRP is a procedural rule, no? Basically, kung unsa ang procedure during sessions, procedure during temporary vacancy or permanent vacancy in the sanggunian, procedure for disciplining a member, procedure, of course, very important, procedure in quasi-judicial cases. So that is why very important yun na naay IRP ang inyuhang sanggunian or at least updated because we understand every 3 years naga-change ang composition sa sanggunian, no? Na ay mga magpabilin, na ay mga nag-end of term, or na ay mga na suspend or na terminate from service. So as much as possible, every 3 years, kung mahimo, mag-update ta sa atuang internal rules of procedure. Sige, how IRPs are adopted? According to a DILG opinion number 24, series of 2025, ang IRPs daw, DILG opinion number 67, 2009, that IRPs are temporary in nature. Why? Kasi nga, as I've said, every 3 years, change ang composition sa sanggunian. So, basically, ano lang yun siya? Temporary lang yun siya. Depende sa consensus sa collegial body. That is why we suggest na through a resolution ng IRP. However, based on our data, there are LGUs na naka-ordinance ang ilahang IRP. Is there a problem with that? Actually, I don't see any problem kasi there is no hard and fast rule stating na dapat resolution gyud ang IRP. Kani kasi DILG opinion lang manggod siya, no? When we say opinion, it is not binding in the courts of law, no? Our opinion is merely a guidance or recommendations to the operations of the local sanggunian. Now, based on the DILG opinion, we recommend na resolution. However, kung ordinance ng IRP, wala may problem kasi pwede man gihapon ma-amend or ma-repeal ang ordinance, no? So, pwede siya ordinance or resolution ang IRP. And then, aside from this, kani siya, affirmative votes of simple majority of the sanggunian present. So that is how you enact your IRP. So when we say simple majority, that's 50% plus 1 of the entire membership. This leads me katong gipagawas namo na DILG memorandum, no? Katong Memorandum Circular number 2026-028 dated March 26, 2026, wherein we reminded the LGUs that the inclusion of the Vice Local Chief Executive or the Vice Mayor and the Punong Barangay is included in the determination of the quorum. No, so please note DILG Memorandum Circular 2026-028 kasi ang tendency manggod when we determine the quorum na ay ubang sanggunian na dili nila gina-appeal ang presiding officer kasi nga presiding officer man siya, di man siya appeal sa discuss, no? However, just to be clear, the Vice Mayor and the Punong Barangay is included in the determination of the quorum. So in relation to this one, kaning affirmative votes, so included si Vice Mayor ug si Punong Barangay for the determination of quorum and determination of the majority vote. So can IRP be suspended, amended, or waived? So as I've said, since IRPs are merely because of its temporary nature, it can easily be suspended, amended, or waived by the local sanggunian concerned as long as you decided as a majority, no? Na kung isuspend ba nato, i-amend ba nato. So when the IRP does not provide, actually, by the way, sa IRP pod, pwede mo butang og provision na sa voting for affirmation of IRP, pwede 2/3, 3/4, or if it does not provide in the IRP kung pila dapat ang voting para ma-amend or ma-suspend ang IRP, sorry, you resort to simple majority of votes, katong 50% plus 1. Okay, so that's our rationale and revisiting of our judicial, quasi-judicial functions. If you have questions, we will allot time later, no, for your questions. Mohangyo lang mina para dili makalimtan siguro isulat sa ato ang notes, no, para later if na open forum mapangutana nato siya. Okay, so thank you very much. And once again, this is Attorney Ranices from the DILG 11.
All right, thank you so much, Attorney Dali, for that insightful presentation. So, unta no, daghan tag natun-an ato, and we would like to remind everyone that the copy of the presentation of Attorney Dali is will be uploaded po sa ating microsite. So, if na-save po ninyo kanina yung microsite link, we will also show the microsite link po dito para ma-access po ninyo and you may scan it. So now, since taas pa po ang atong time, we would like to remind everyone na if you have questions regarding sa presentation po ng ating mga speakers, kindly take note po and you may approach us po para ma-note po namo ang inyong question and then ma-address po nato later on sa ato ang open forum. So now, since taas pa po ang time until lunchtime, we will start with the next topic. And we will now proceed to the next session, which is the formulating the rules of procedure in quasi-judicial cases. So this topic will provide us with practical guidance on how to effectively craft procedural rules in handling quasi-judicial matters. So to lead us in this session, may we call on Attorney Shanice A. Abalorio Cañete, Attorney 3 of the RLSU of DILG Region 11. A warm of applause, please.
So good morning once again to our participants, to the honorable participants nato from the various LGUs, from the Sangguniang Panglungsod, Sangguniang Bayan, and Sangguniang Panlalawigan. And also to our DILG personnel who are here with us and our online participants, no, good morning. So my topic for today is actually formulating the rules on quasi-judicial cases. So later on, we will be having a workshop. So this will serve as your guide later on how we will be drafting your IRP. So it was mentioned before na ang target talaga ng BK program is for our sanggunian to have their own IRP specifically for quasi-judicial cases. So for the first part, I will be discussing yung mga mandatory provisions that should be included in the IRP. So the objectives for this topic, it is that we will identify the minimum required provisions and identify optional provisions that will support the framework. This is for later atong second part. Optional provisions that will help the sanggunian in managing their quasi-judicial functions, and also incorporate suggested provisions in the model rules to existing rules of procedure on quasi-judicial cases. So this will be our objectives for this discussion, for this session. So as an overview, ito po yung flow chart ng ating quasi-judicial function. So you have here filing of the verified complaint, then i-evaluate ang complaint, by the sanggunian as a collegial body or by the concerned investigating committee. So this should be done within 7 days from the receipt of the complaint. Then you require the respondent to file answer within 15 days from receipt thereof. During that time, may answer na, the sanggunian may issue preventive suspension, then commence the investigation proper. Then the sanggunian may after the termination of the investigation require the parties to submit their respective memorandum, then naanay decision. Then LCE will impose the penalty, then appeal. So flow chart ni siya. So kung tanawan ni mo mura lang siyang easy. Why do we need Why do we need pa IRP, na marag small lang kaya ang steps? Because kinsa ba ang mga parties na usually na-adjud na yung mga lawyers, and of course lawyers are stickler for rules, so important na mahanay siya sa IRP unsa ang flow gyud sa inyong quasi-judicial functions. So kana ang ato ang i-discover karon. So what should be included in the rules? So kanisha, this is found in our local government code. So coverage, who are covered under disciplinary authorities ninyo, grounds for disciplinary action, form and filing of administrative complaints, notice of hearing, preventive suspension, kani all. This should be included in your rules. So in crafting the rules on quasi-judicial cases, we should have a deep understanding of what these mandatory provisions mean. Now, let's discuss the coverage and jurisdiction. So recall that the local political subdivisions are able to legislate only by virtue of a valid delegation of legislative power from the national legislature. As delegates to the Congress, LGUs cannot contravene but must obey at all times the will of the principal. So, no, familiar naman siguro ang tanan ani pag ang complaint is against an HUC or independent component city or component city, i-file siya sa Office of the President. If municipality, sa Sanggunian Panlalawigan. Then if barangay official, either sa Sanggunian Panglungsod or Sanggunian Bayan. Of course, diri pod ang atong appeal. No, pag sa file sa municipality, ay pag municipal officer, file sa Panlalawigan, appeal sa Office of the President. Pag barangay, no, either sa Sanggunian Panlalawigan, then the Office of the President. So, mo ni siya tong coverage and jurisdiction. So it is important to note that jurisdiction is important not only of the parties but also of the subject matter, because jurisdiction is the power to hear and determine cases of the general class to which the proceedings in question belongs. And it is also conferred by law. So this is also different from jurisdiction over the parties. Please note that jurisdiction is the power to hear and determine cases of general class to which the proceedings in questions belong. It is a matter of substantive law. The Sanggunian, in DILG Opinion number 61, 2002, extended the coverage of the rules to non-elective officials of lower LGUs when he or she is acted in conspiracy. No? What if na ay private involved? In this opinion, limited only to the investigation part. Of course, kay wala, dili man mo maka-penalize sa private party. So, please take note that jurisdiction over the subject matter and over the party. So, for example, kung barangay ka, dili ka dito sa Panlalawigan i-file. No. And over the subject matter pod, for example, criminal na dili na siya admin case, dili pod siya i-file under the Conseil Judicial. So kana lang ang ato ang i-consider. No. No, what are the grounds for disciplinary actions? No, this can also be found in our local government code. Disloyalty, no, mga treason, culpable violation of the Constitution, dishonesty, oppression, kani silang tanan, na attack, commission of any offense involving moral turpitude, no, naghatag tag example sa Attorney Dali before, like murder, abuse of authority, unauthorized absence for 15 consecutive days, application for acquisition of foreign citizenship and other grounds as may be provided in the code or other laws. So, mao ni siya ang pwede nato ibutang dapat nato sa ato ang IRP, no, para klaro dito sa to ang grounds for disciplinary actions. It is prudent to enumerate these grounds in your rules for convenience and quick reference. Now next is the form and filing of administrative complaint. So tong mismong complaint, no, unsa ang itsura? So in here, no, Section 61 of the Local Government Code requires that the complaint must be verified, which means it must be sworn or under oath. Verification is mainly intended to secure an assurance that the allegations therein made are done in good faith or are true and correct and not mere speculation. It must be emphasized, no, that it is a formal, not jurisdictional requisite. Hence, the lack of verification is a mere formal defect and not ground for the dismissal of the complaint. So, if you can recall earlier, di ba, nato evaluation of the complaint. So, if nakita, no, pagdawat sa complaint, ay, dili siya under oath. So, pwede ninyo siya ibalik, no, or i-dismiss ninyo without prejudice, or ibalik ninyo kay complainant na to comply with the form and filing of the administrative complaint. So, maghatag mog notice sa complainant. Pwede ninyo i-cite sa inyong IRP na kanina provision sa regarding form and filing of administrative complaints. So, kato siya. Failure, next is notice of hearing. So sa notice of hearing, no, after nakita na evaluate that the complaint is nag-comply siya sa inyong forms, no, maghata og notice to file an answer sa respondent. Now, what would happen if there is failure to file an answer by the respondent? So, shall be considered as a waiver of rights to present evidence on his behalf. And so, Monisha, take note na to ang procedure. No, the notice to file answer within 7 days after filing of the complaint. And the notice to file answer must require the respondent to file the verified answer within 15 days from receipt. And then after nadawat na tong answer, commence the investigation. Because failure to commence the investigation, no, may be ground for disciplinary action po. So dili pod nato pwede i-ignore if naay no na file na complaint sa sanggunian, dapat ato siyang aksyonan. So either ato siya i-dismiss, no, kay wala tay jurisdiction, or pwede nato siya i-dismiss kay wala siya without prejudice kay wala niya na follow ang imong form sa filing. So dapat naa jud siya result. Naa siya dili siya pwede na dapat ma-inform pod ang parties no nano kato ang action ko nano na dismiss, and if complete man siya and verified dapat mag-commence na ang action to issue the notice of answer and then eventually ang ato ang investigation. So as for the venue, no, so venue niya is where the respondent official holds office. No, and then kung other LGUs where the sanggunian is located. Now, preventive suspension. Under preventive suspension, no investigation shall be held within 90 days immediately prior to any election. So take note of that. This can be found in our local government code. Also, no investigation, and then no preventive suspension rather shall be imposed within the 90 days immediately prior to any local election. So if there is a preventive suspension imposed prior to the 90-day, no, immediately automatically lifted siya. So we need to take note ani na timeline, no, okay, because this is provided under our local government code. Now, please take note that preventive suspension is not a penalty, is not a punishment, and not an interruption, no, and it is not credited to a penalty. Kaya incident lang man siya to the investigation. So, preventive suspension is not a penalty. So, no, preliminary step in an investigation and not a punishment, no. So, who is authorized to impose preventive suspension? So by the president, if ang respondent is an elected official of a province or highly urbanized or independent component city. Governor, if the respondent is an elected official of a component city or municipality, and mayor if it is a elected barangay official. Now, please note, no, in various DILG opinions, the mayor, governor, or the LCE rather is not the disciplining authority over elected barangay municipal official. As the case may be, the recommendation of the sanggunian determining whether the requisites of the preventive suspension are all present is required before a preventive suspension can be imposed. So there must be recommendation first from the sanggunian, no, na i-preventively suspend ang katong respondent. So take note also that the LGC is silent in the order of preventive suspension. Unsa iyahang form, unsa ba dapat siya? So it is suggested na best expressed as a resolution, no, by the sanggunian. So if you can, pwede ninyo pag makuha ninyo ni na slides, you can look over ani na mga DILG opinion regarding preventive suspension, no, mag-review mo in drafting your IRPs. So when is preventive suspension imposed? This is after the issues are joined. So most likely anan na file na answer, and you think no na the sanggunian thinks that dapat na ay preventive suspension imposed because, for example, when the evidence of guilt is strong, and especially if there is great probability that the continuance in office of the respondent could influence the witnesses or pose a threat to the safety and integrity of the records and evidence. So, si sanggunian ang magbuhat ana na determination why preventive suspension is proper. So for ASU duration, no, 60 days. And not more than 90 days within a single year on the same grounds or grounds existing and known at the time of the first suspension. So, and also katong if na siya within the 90-day period before the election, kato ma-lift ang atong preventive suspension, and of course, dili na po mo maka-impose of preventive suspension during that time. So what happens if nahuman na ang ihang preventive suspension na 60 days? So upon expiration of the preventive suspension, the suspended elective official shall be deemed reinstated in office without prejudice to the continuation of the proceedings against him. So actually, it does not need anything from the DILG pa na dapat mo resume pa siya. So once na mahuman na tong period of preventive suspension niya, automatically mo resume na siya. No certification from the DILG is required before a respondent elective official is reinstated. But it would be prudent pod na the suspended official mo inform pod kay DILG na nahumanan ako ang preventive suspension for 60 days, so mo assume na ko. Pero at least ma-inform pod si DILG na comply na nahuman na to yung preventive suspension. So abuse of preventive suspension powers is penalized as abuse of authority. Please take note na dili lang po ta basta-basta mag preventive issue mag-recommend to impose preventive suspension. So sanggunians are cautioned from abusing the power to put the respondent under preventive suspension. Any abuse of exercise of the power of preventive suspension shall be penalized as abuse of authority. So kung makita nag-i-abuse siya, pwede po ma-subject na to siya na for abuse of authority as another disciplinary case, no. So remedies to question preventive suspension, no, very technical na ni siya, no, petition of certiorari is not the proper remedy. According to this case, no, pwede mag-MR, no, na dili siya i-preventive suspend. So what happens to the salary of respondent pending preventive suspension? Kani. So during the pendency of the admin case, wala. Pag exonerated siya and reinstated, full salary or compensation including such emoluments occurring during such suspension. Exception is other admin proceedings have been filed against him. So kung daghan og pending, dili pa pod pwede. Automatic lifting of preventive suspension, none. So please take note kay usually gina-question ang regarding sa salary ani. So during preventive wala sa sweldo. Wala tay salary, no. But if the decision is na exonerate ka fully, so you're entitled. Now, what are the rights of the respondent? So this is also very important to take note sa sanggunian in your quasi-judicial functions. Basically, mura mo court, mura mo judge, mag-hearing mo. So you need to know the rights of the respondent because part pud na siya in due process. So as a quasi-judicial body, you need to be familiar. No, what is appear and defend himself? Kung ano siya right. So the respondent has the right to appear and defend himself. So dapat matagaan gid siya og notice, no, to file an answer kay diha man siya makahatag og sa iyahang side. And then he also needs the right to counsel, no? And right to attendance of witnesses, no? The sanggunian can compel the attendance of any person to appear before it. This is in line with the requirement of due process under Section 65 of the LGC, which accords the respondent the full opportunity to confront and cross-examine the witnesses against him, and to require the attendance of witnesses and production of documentary evidence in his favor through compulsory process of subpoena, ad testificandum, and subpoena ducis tecum. So, naa siya yung right to cross-examine. So, kung naay witness na gi-present ang complainant, naay right si respondent no, to cross-examine him, dili pwede na katong mga witnesses magtago-tago lang. And then require the production of documentary evidence and other compulsory processes. Katuto siyang subpoena. No, nag-mention na ako, subpoena sa witness and subpoena sa documents. So, the investigation is 90 days from the start of the investigation and mandatory and cannot be based on position paper. So, mention na rin natin 120 days, di ba, ang total. So, ang 90 ato is the investigation na part. Dili pwede mag-position paper lang because kung mag-position paper, dili naman good na mag-ato bangay, no? So, the respondent now has lost the right to confront his witnesses. Now, after the investigation, the decision is 30 days from the end of the investigation. And please note, no, sa decision nato, it must be in writing. Basic na siya. State clearly and distinctly the facts and reasons for such decision. So, unsa ang facts na inyohang i-consider, no, na based sa evidence lang po dapat nag-present on record. Respondent and all interested parties shall be furnished copies of the decision, and interested parties include the complainant, the office of the governor, in the case of component cities and municipalities, and of course, tagaan pa rin yung copy CDILG. So why is it important? I would like to highlight this, state clearly and distinctly the facts and reasons for such decision. Because when you will be issuing your decision, the people na mag-read, dili naman siya limited good sa party sa case. So pwede na siya ma-release sa public, no, ma-release sa media. So important na na-j basis ang decision. And then, ang atong facts pod nagi-consider, ang evidence nagi-consider is kato lang pod dapat on record. So very important ni siya because it is not only the parties that will read, no, the decision, no, it pwede anyone, pwede siya mabasa sa tanan. And as part of the framework na good governance, important pod na logical and pod ang decision na why man mo nag-arrive ato na conclusion based on the facts presented and applying the law. So, question. May the administrative complaint against an elected official be decided based on position papers alone without hearing? Naani sa pretest, no? No. There is nothing in the local government code in its implementing rules and regulations that provide that administrative cases against local officials can be decided on the basis of position papers. So mandatory gid na mag-conduct og investigation. Who shall decide the ruling of an admin case? No, the decision or ruling of the sanggunian is a collective undertaking which must be addressed by the members as one collegial body. Later on, sa ato ang optional na provisions, dito ma-state dito, pwede man mo mag-create og investigating committee. And then that investigating committee, maghatag siya og recommendation. Maghatag sila recommendation, but ultimately, no, ang sanggunihan as a body gid ang mag-decide. Dili tong investigating committee. Recommendatory lang to siya. When is an admin decision considered to be valid? When an administrative decision should have something to support itself, it must be supported by substantial evidence. So, dili lang ta merely conclude na, ay, guilty na siya because ani, no? Dapat i-consider na to, substantial ba to evidence na gi-present para ma-conclude gyud na to na nay abuse of authority? So, mo to take note na dapat na basis ang atong decision later on. What happens to the case when the Sangguniang concerned fails to render a decision on the resolution recommended by the Committee on the Investigation within 30 days after the investigation is terminated? The resolution of the committee shall be considered a decision. This is based on the ILG Opinion number 61, series of 2002. But no, dili lang po na ito paabuton, no? We should also take action dapat gapon ang Sanggunian once nahuman na ang investigation ni IC. Is it necessary to provide the parties notice during the deliberation of the case? So, deliberation, no? Kanang nag-deliberate na mo. Humana na ang tanan, humana na ang proceedings. No, the deliberation of the Sanggunian is an internal matter. No, internal lang siya. So maghulat na lang sila sa inyong decision. What happens to the case when the Sanggunian concerned fails? Nagbalik na siya. Are parties in an administrative case entitled to be informed of the findings and recommendations during the deliberation of the case? So katani siya no dili. He is only entitled to the admin decision based on substantial evidence, need of record, and a reasonable opportunity to meet the charges and evidence presented against him during the investigation. So, mauto siya, maghulat na lang siya sa decision. Habang ginadeliberate pa siya sa Sanggunian. The Sanggunian voted on the admin case of respondent local elective officer and found him guilty. Was there a decision rendered? In this case, no, the decision of the Sanggunian must be in writing, stating clearly and distinctly the facts and the reasons for such decision. So, kato siya, no, important dito kung mag-decision writing na mo, naadyo dito ang evidence na gi-consider and the law applied. Are the Sanggunian members free to change their votes? No, until they have signed the opinion and the decision is promulgated, the Sanggunian members are free to change their votes. So kung wala pa siya wala pa ninyo na sign and then wala pa siya na promulgate, meaning pwede pa siya ma-amend, pwede pa mag-change ang voting. Is the approval of the local chief executive necessary? No. Nothing in the law requires a local chief executive's approval for the implementation of the Sanggunian's decision. Because who has the disciplinary authority? It is the Sanggunian. So, kung na-decision ang Sanggunian, no, by virtue of their QJ, no, that it does not need pa na ipananghid pa siya kay LCE. So, penalty, suspension, not exceed the unexpired term of the respondent or a period of 6 months for every admin offense. So, maximum of 6 months ang suspension. Please take note that the Sanggunian is the disciplining authority and has sole prerogative to discipline elected official of next lower LGU, including manner upon which its decision shall be implemented. So if si LCE ang direct sa Sanggunian to implement, so the LCE's duty to implement the decision is ministerial and should not be delayed. But pwede po dili lang si LCE, no? Pwede raman dili si LCE ang you can direct, pwede si Vice ang mo-implement. So appeal after nanay decision, there is 30 days. Within 30 days from receipt of the decision, dapat mag-file na og appeal. And It is a statutory privilege. It should be exercised in the manner provided for by law. So kung nalapas na po siya og 30 days, so dili na mag-prosper ang appeal ana. So this, take note of this sa katong mga years sanggunian na kung sa panalawigan dapat ma-notice gyud dito na kung naka-file siya appeal within 30 days from receipt of the decision. Kana jud na material facts ni siya na i-consider. So please note that the appeal is not a bar from execution. No? An appeal shall not prevent a decision from becoming final and or executory. It will be considered as a preventive suspension if on appeal no na completely exonerate siya. So makonsider lang siya na murag na preventive suspension. If na-exonerate siya on appeal, the respondent shall be paid his salary and other such emoluments occurring during the pendency of appeal. So dapat na ay exoneration yun. Dili tong instead of 6 months, 2 months na lang na suspension. Dili na siya makonsider na exoneration. So kaning stay of execution, this kanisya na provision is katoning mag-appeal na mo sa OP. Pwede mo mag-request, mag-file og request na for the OP to stay the execution of the decision. So how is it executed? The sanggunian determines who and in what manner its decision should be implemented as an incidence to its QJ function. So mao ni ta ingon nako na si sanggunian na discretion kinsay ilaha unsaon nila pag-implement sa ilahang decision. So pwede po no, si vice ang mo implement, depende or pwede niya si mayor. So na discretion na siya ni sa sanggunian. Again, approval of the LCE is not required. Succession, no legal impediment to the assumption of vice mayor and highest ranking councillor as acting mayor and acting vice mayor respectively during the temporary legal incapacity of the municipal mayor. So kung, of course, kung na-suspend na, succession na ang i-follow na to. So si vice ang mahimong acting mayor and then ang first ranking mahimong i-designate siya no, as vice mayor. So with regard to motion for reconsideration, as it can be deducted from the provisions of the local government code, if an appeal cannot prevent the decision from becoming a final executory, either will the pendency of the MR prevent the decision from becoming final and executory. So, unlike magod sa court no, kung mag-appeal magod ka or mag-MR, medyo mas stay ang pagiging final and executory sa decision. But with the QJ, even if mag-file og MR o appeal, it will not prevent it from becoming final and executory. So, mao na to siya ang first part sa ato ang mandatory na mga provisions. So, mandatory siya again because naa siya sa local government code. So, need to siya i-follow. This next topic will discuss the optional provisions, no? Why need, kay di ba kung tanaw ni mo 60 to 68? 60 to 68 lang ang QJ sa LGC. So, daghan dito ang wala na discuss no mga gray areas na that's why need ni sanggunian no by virtue of section 50 di kay pwede man gyud magbuhat og IRP ninyo na kani siya for QJ. So wala dito nakabutang after the unsaon pag-conduct sa investigation, mag-pre-trial pa ba mo? Wala siya dito sa ato ang LGC. That's why important kaayo ang IRP kay kung ang usual ang scenario ana is madawat mo complaint sa inyong buhaton kutob lang mo dito. Okay, dapat verified complaint ana answer. Hello, answer and then unsa na nagfile na siya answer unsa ni buhaton sa sanggunian. So that's why important na ato siyang ma-draft gyud atong IRP. And this optional lang siya because depende gihapon siya sa sanggunian, if the provision will cater sa inyohang pagkandak og QJ. So, boilerplate provisions lang ni sila ang akong i-present. So, you can amend, you can edit it, but we will just provide barang option ba, to consider, for you to consider in drafting your IRP. So, why is it important? Because, mentioned before ni Attorney Dali, this is to promote good governance. Katong framework na iyahang discuss. Efficient administration of justice, innovation and bureaucratic efficiency, and environmental sustainability. So, that's why optional lang dyan siya, but important po siya. So, we would really like for you to consider kaning mga optional provisions na gi-create po sa BKPMO. So, first is case management. So, wala ni siya dito sa LGC. So, sa case management, adopting a case management system compliant with electronic records management policy promotes accountability, administration of justice, and innovation and bureaucratic efficiency. So karon digitalized naman gyud ta, we're going into a digitalized world na. So better that we have a case management system complying with electronic records and management policy. So this will be our legal basis for this. So why is there important na case management? Because QJ magod na mga cases, we need also to consider the privacy. You need to make sure na ang right to privacy of the parties dili ma-violate. So dili na to pwede butang lang siya masking unsaon na nato siya pag-store. How do we manage that? So because the constitutional guarantee of the right of people to information or matters of public concern must be balanced with the constitutional right to privacy. So we should ensure in our case management that personal information in its custody or under its control is disclosed or released only if material relevant to the subject matter of the request, and its disclosure is permissible under the order or existing law. So ato ang i-manage ang disclosure sa mga information regarding if na-pending ng mga cases sa QJ, and making reasonable security arrangements against leaks or premature disclosure of personal information which unduly exposes the individual whose personal information is requested to vilification, harassment, or any wrongful data. So lain po paminawon na if na mag-file of complaint, especially if sensitive na material, tapos isang gunian pagid ang nag-leak. So we need also to take note sa ato ang data privacy laws. Now, recently privacy has become a growing concern. Under Section 13 of the Data Privacy Act, classifies any proceeding for any offense committed or alleged to have committed by such person, the disposal of such proceedings or the sentence of any court in the proceedings as sensitive personal information that needs to be protected. The breach of this right to privacy may result in possible criminal and admin charges to the head of agency as the personal information controller. Thus, the Sanggunian must be accountable to protect the rights of data subjects as the records of the proceedings include sensitive personal information by protecting the integrity of the records, the credibility of the Sanggunian as acting as a QJ body, and the integrity of the proceeding is also protected. So, lain po if during the pendency of the case na ay leak sa records that might affect po their judgment. So, it's important na as kita once we receive information na deemed as sensitive personal information, ikaw as personal information controller, you must see to it that you protect that information. So this is a boilerplate provision regarding case management system. So This one is docket, no? The Sanggunian shall keep a docket of all admin cases filed before the Sanggunian and shall assign a case number. In the order it is filed, prefix with the last 2 digits of the year of filing. So, di ba nice? Wala ni siya sa LGC. So, important siya na mabutang pod sa atong IRP. Kay instances na daghan pod cases na file sa Sanggunian, at least dali siya matrack, no? Kay nagbutang taog docket number. So, sample provision lang ni siya. You can also edit it. Pwede ninyo lahion ang inyong format sa inyong admin case. No? Important data such as date of filing, date of hearing, status case, no? And other shall be entered in the said docket. So mga date of hearing, filing, kani. So kanina docket, isa ka folder, bale ba? So naadira tanan. The Sanggunian Secretary shall be the custodian of all records pertaining to the admin cases and shall receive all pleadings and other papers in connection thereto. So at least klaro no kinsa ang custody ani na mga documents. So si Sanggunian kabalo sila asa kinsay pangitaon if naa sila ay docket na pangitaon. So the Sanggunian Secretary ensures compliance with the electronic management policy pursuant to the National Archives of the Philippines, no, in processing, maintaining, circulating, preserving, disposing of case records. So, mag-compliance sa NAP memorandum. So, at least klaro na ay basis, no? Sa po guidance ni Secretary. Next is records classification. Records in admin disciplinary cases are classified as confidential in nature, and any information may not be released and such records may not be available except to the proper authorities upon request na pursuant to applicable data privacy laws. So, better siya na in writing in your IRP na considered na dahil siya as private, no, sensitive personal information. Next is kato siya no boilerplate lang to siya na provisions. You can add more. No, you can add more if gusto niyo mas detailed. Sample lang to siya to consider no in drafting your IRP. Next is the creation of standing committee or subcommittee for conduct of investigation and reception of evidence. So manya ata kong mention ganina, the Sanggunian as a body will decide, but you can delegate it katong investigation niya to the committee, no? And that committee will issue a recommendation later on after the investigation. So the investigating committee, the Sanggunian will create and designate an ad hoc committee for purposes of conducting admin or disciplinary hearings in accordance with the IRP. Nothing herein shall be construed to delegate to the IC the power to decide the case. Si investigating committee does not have the power to decide, no. Ang Sanggunian gid na as a body. No, the findings of the IC shall be merely be recommendatory, provided further that only recommendations of the IC which are deliberated upon, approved, and are adopted by the Sanggunian as a whole shall be considered as the decision. So, again, boilerplate provision lang ni siya. That's why important siya na ma-adopt sa inyong IRP, no? Because para klaro kung mag-IC ba mo or dili, pagka mo jud tanan. Depende na gihapon na sa Sanggunian. Learn unsa inyong mas bet. So the composition of that IC, no? So the chairperson of Committee on Good Government of the Sanggunian is the presiding officer for regular members. No, and one of them shall serve as the vice and the Sanggunian secretary. So, ano rin siya ha? At sample provision lang. So, pwede mo diri duha lang, tulo. No. Depende kung asa mas efficient para sa inyo ha. No. So, also important no to na itong i-layout unsay functions ni IC para kabalo lang pod si IC, member sa IC. Unsa na pod ilahang asa na pod kutob ilahang functions. So sample shall determine the completeness and form substance of the verified complaint, mag-issue of necessary recommendation, issue an order katong to submit answer, mag-recommend sa sanggunian for preventive suspension, kani, conduct preliminary conference, formal investigation and hearing, and submit a written report of its findings and cause necessary notice to the complainant and other witnesses and perform other functions necessary for the proper disposition of the case. So, nakaklaro diri ang functions. If mag-decide man ang sanggunian no, to create an investigating committee, it is important na mahanay ang ato ang ilahang functions. Lastly, no, because mag-lunch na ta. Quorum to transact business by the IC, so at least 3 members present shall constitute a quorum unless a member is inhibited, voluntary, or is disqualified to join the proceedings. The rest of the IC shall unanimously choose from the sanggunian members as placement. So pwede po din nyo dito ibutang no additional na rules for inhibition. No, so kani siya pwede po siya transact business para maklaro gyud no saan ninyo pag-function as IC. So, I will continue discussing na lang after lunch, no? The next topic, which is grounds for disqualification. Take note, ang focus na to dere is to draft the IRP. So, in passing lang na ako ma-discuss ang grounds. Kay later on, so for us to have more time no, to make the draft the IRP. Because we will be needing your draft IRP also. We'll be requesting it to submit this draft. So, that is all for now.
Thank you so much, Attorney Shanice, for that very practical discussion. So, taas-taas pa itong discussion para sa topic, no? However, we will cut this portion kay para makatake taog lunch on time. But before we take our lunch, we shall have an open forum from the topics discussed by Attorney Shanice and Attorney Dali. So, may we request Attorney Dali po to join us here in front for our question and answer. So, first question, we will address this question po from our participants via Zoom. So this question is from LGU Nabunturan Vice Mayor Sirian Riterba. Good morning po. I would like to ask lang po if pwede ba under quasi-judicial case ang boundary conflict?
Hello, good morning from LGU Nabunturan. The question was kung pwede ba daw i-include sa ilahang IRP ang settlement of boundary dispute. Actually, pwede gid siya ma-include, no? Especially kaning settlement of boundary dispute that's under section 118 and 119 of the RA 7160. And allow me actually for guidance, Sir Lars, pwede pa ki-flash tong ako ang gisend. Actually, very timely ang question ni LGU Nabunturan because just last week, our Provincial Director of the ILG 11 Davao Occidental, Attorney Jamaila Caballero, we discussed about settlement of boundary dispute kasi naapoy clarification sa isa sa mga LGU sa OXI. And actually, ang DILG Occidental, nagbuhat sila og legal roadmap with the consent and permission of PD Jam. I will flash ang katong ilahang legal roadmap. And for the guidance also of the settlement of boundary dispute, we have the ILG Opinion number 81 series of 2021 dated June 21, 2021, na po dito ang clarifications on how to go about with the settlement of boundary dispute. So, as bottom line is that pwede siya mabutang sa IRP as long as it is within the purview of section 118 and 119 of the LGC as well as under articles 16, 17, 18 of the IRR of RA 7160. Sige, hulaton lang nato ma-flash para at least naamoy idea kung paano ang settlement of boundary dispute. Naistoryahan gani namo ni PD Jam na actually clear man ang provision sa LGC sa Section 118 and Section 119. However, ana ko sa iyahan na PD naa kayay IRP on how to actually go about with the amicable settlement of boundary disputes. So you can check the Facebook page of the ILG Davao Occidental Provincial Office. Mao ni ang ilahang legal roadmap for the amicable settlement of boundary dispute. Again, the legal basis, RA 7160, and then the definition of what is boundary dispute, and then evidence, no? Included din ang mga official cadastral maps, historical records of the concerned LGUs, and then kung pwede, no, magpa-resurvey sa kaning disputed area. And then baba ko, Sir Larry, how the settlement process actually works under Section 118, the filing and mediation, formal adjudication, judicial appeal if wala ni uyon, no, wala nagkauyon sa amicable settlement. So again, ang role sa LGU in settling in settling boundary dispute is not to rule on the ownership of the disputed boundary. As much as possible, we come up with an amicable settlement. So kung walay amicable settlement, that's the time under number 3 na isaka siya sa RTC. So let the RTC rule kung kang kinsa gyud ang disputed boundary. That happened sa, I think, kaning sa BGC Taguig and Makati. Supreme Court decision na siya kasi kung asa belong ang BGC. Very controversial man gud ang BGC because if it is a business district ba, so kung sa Taguig siya maadto, hayahay ang Taguig, dako ang ilahang ira. So kung Makati siya maadto, si Makati pod ang makabenepisyo kasi dako man ang ma-remit na revenue ni BGC sa LGU. So basically, that's how you go about the amicable settlement on boundary dispute.
So thank you so much po, Attorney Dalino. So another question po from the Vice Mayor JP Lampig. Attorney, meaning we can only recommend if the quasi-judicial body promulgate its decision?
Recommend what? Medyo I believe what the participant is asking if the IC, the investigating committee, can recommend. So as mentioned before, no, the sanggunian ang mag-issue of decision. Could be based on the recommendation of the IC. So the sanggunian will create a committee on investigation, and then ang katong committee investigation committee ang mag-conduct sa katong trial, hearings, conferences, and then sila ang mag-create og recommendation. So dili ang sanggunian ang magbuhat lag recommendation. Kung sanggunian as a whole, no, sila gid ang maghatag og sila gid ang mag-issue og decision if i-suspend ba siya or not. Ang katong CIC, recommendatory lang to siya. Na-clarify ba na ko siya? Bali sa investigating committee, since sila man ang mag-conduct sa investigation, so based sa ilang investigation, mag-recommend sila sa sanggunian na okay, the respondent is guilty of etc. We recommend the penalty of suspension. So kato ang buhaton ni committee, if kato ang plan ni sanggunian, no, if mag-create sila og investigating committee.
Okay, thank you so much po, Attorney Shanice. So now we will cater questions po from the plenary. We have there our microphones sa gitna po. You may approach. But first po, we will cater concern po muna ni Ma'am.
Okay, maayong buntag sa tanan. And palihura gud og balik flash sa first question. Naalang ni Morag gusto i-clarify gamay. For clarification lang, attorney, kana siya ba? I would like to ask lang po if pwede ba under quasi-judicial case ang boundary conflict. Sa ato mang good nga mga discussion and based also on the LGC, ang quasi-judicial case is only for administrative cases. Administrative cases lang sa ato ang mga component LGUs. So para lang ma-clarify siguro, attorney, kung unsa man gyud ma-under ba ang atong boundary conflict, kay dili man gud siya administrative case ang boundary conflict. For clarification lang, attorney. Thank you.
Ano siya, ma'am? Ang quasi-judicial kasi under siya sa IRP. So ang boundary settlement of boundary dispute pwede po siya under sa IRP. Both sila, pero kung quasi-judicial mismo, no, kung kanang quasi-judicial process gyud siya, isulod siya sa QJ, kato disciplinary kasi siya. Pero kung sa IRP siya mosulod ang settlement of boundary dispute, pwede. Pero not as quasi-judicial body or
Okay.
not
I-follow up
acting
lang
as
ako,
QJ.
gamay, attorney, ha? Because sa ato nga LLA or the Local Legislative Award, duha man na ang ilahang ginapangayo nato sa ato mga sanggunian. The IRP and the other IRP on the quasi-judicial functions of the sanggunian. So asa nato siya ibilong kaning boundary conflict? Kay marlibog mi kung sa quasi-judicial nga IRP or the IRP as a whole. Dito siguro kay ang quasi-judicial katulang manggud-gud na siyang administrative cases. Thank you, attorney.
Nakasi ubang ano ma'am, na ay ubang sanggunian ng ilahang IRP as a whole embodied dito ang QJ. Naapoy uba na specifically IRP for QJ o niya IRP for other or the rest of the sanggunian proceedings. So dito siya kung embodied siya as a whole, mo sulod yun tong settlement of boundary dispute, pero kung separate siya, kato siyang dito sa katong IRP nila na mas katong sa tawag ni other sanggunian procedures. Yes, PD.
Okay, thank you so much po, Attorney Dali and Ma'am Ivy. Next, PD Atan.
Mo ko lang, attorney. Ang question man good, asa ang jurisdiction ba? Sa quasi ba ang boundary dispute or pwede ba o dili? Mo to'y question. Mo na ato ang i-clarify.
Yes, dili siya acting as quasi-judicial body. Kasi katumang gi-mention ni Attorney Shanice is acting sila as quasi-judicial body katong naga-investigate, naga-impose, sanggunian as a whole siya.
Thank you so much po, Attorney Dali and PD Atan. Next. Okay, i-cater sa nato na si Sir Ryan and then Attorney Louie po.
Attorney, not for the benefit lang sa ato ang sanggunian members ba. Ang isa man gud sa katungod sa respondent is right to counsel. Tama na siya, pili siya mo kuha og serbisyo sa abogado. Okay. Kabalo man tatanan na sa sanggunian dili tanan do na poy abogado. Basin unya ma-intimidar ba, ma-intimidate kay dunay abogado si respondent. Ang pangutana, attorney, pwede ba ang presensya ni lawyer, ni counsel sa committee investigation? And if yes, unsay limitasyon, meaning pwede ba siya directly mo argue with the committee members? Pwede ba siya mapasakag objections? Or kutob lang siya mo hong-hong, mo whisper na usay katungod sa iyang, usay legal right sa iyang client lang? Or to prevent any self-incrimination nga makutob. So, unsay limitasyon attorney sa counsel, no? And kung na siya katungod sa counsel, doon na po ba katungod sa counsel ang complainant, no? Ana ba? Thank you, attorney.
Yes, thank you, Sir Ryan. Ang right to counsel na also applies to the complainant. So, pwede po si complainant mag-engage sa iyahang own counsel. So, with respect to unsaon pag-address ni counsel, later on, naay isa ka boilerplate provision na si counsel will only address sa chair, no, para dili gubot, and then para dili gubot and efficient ang pag-conduct sa investigation. So, if katong suggestion ni Sir Ryan na muhunghong lang, murag nawala na mo gutong representation ni counsel kay naalang siya sa likod. Tama ba, sir? Oo. So, please remember na kamo man as sanggunian ang naay disciplinary authority. So, dili ta magpabuli. Murag ginana, no? Kay kamo man lang naay disciplinary authority, kamo ang mag-check kung naabay infractions ang nanahitabo. So, para sa ako, pwede siguro dito malimit ang interaction ni lawyer on saan niya pag-address. Like, tanan questions ni lawyer addressed only, mo address siya first kay chair, dili directly kay previous PICAS counsel para dili gubot ang proceedings, no? And pwede po nato ibutang dito na always conduct in the orderly manner ang counsel na magdili siya boisterous, mga inana, pwede man nato na siya ibutang sa atong IRP, no man. Para kato efficient administration of justice gihapon to siya na framework ang ato ang makomply. So katong gi-present ako mo to siya boilerplate lang siya, always pwede siya ma-modify. Depende sa needs no sa sanggunian.
Okay, thank you so much po for that question, Sir Ryan and Attorney Shanice. Next, we have here Attorney Louie, and then after Attorney Louie, we will cater one question from Zoom po, and then another question from the plenary after the Zoom question.
Hello. Morning. Clarification lang para unified taong answer kani from experience sa LGU pud ni na concern. Who will prevail or what will prevail? The LGMC or the internal rules of procedure of the Sanggunian? To lay the predicate, ani. No question as to in case of temporary vacancy of the office of the mayor, automatic under local government code, acting mayor si vice mayor. Now, the local government code does not provide for temporary vacancy in the office of the vice mayor and the Sanggunian. Now, the DLG operationalized administrative order of the Office of the President 15 to the MC 2019-123. Ito ganing yesterday. Experience man gud nako sa LGU. Kung i-base nato sa DLG memorandum, kailangan pa mag-designate ang Office of the President through the Secretary of the Acting Vice Mayor. But the IRP of the LGU provide in case of temporary vacancy of the office of the Vice Mayor, the number one Sangguniang Panglungsod will take over. Now, there's also the principle sa IRP nato. In case silent ang local government code or any laws, the IRP will prevail. Karon ang conflict karon, saan nato ni pagkuan? Pag-resolve sa matter na kung may temporary vacancy sa office of the mayor, so magka-temporary vacancy sa office of vice mayor, need pag-designation gikan sa DLG. But ang ilang IRP, nag-ingon na si number one na dahil mo take over. So how will we go about it? And thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Louie. Actually, very challenging siya, no, kung as to what will prevail. As we have discussed yesterday, na-discuss man na yesterday ang DILG Memorandum 2019-021 on the guidelines of filling up temporary vacancy sa Office of the Vice Mayor and the local sanggunian. Kasi as discussed by Attorney Louie, ang sa 2026-021 manggod ang pag-fill in sa vacancy sa sanggunian is through the designation of the SILG, ang Secretary of the ILG. However, the local government code is silent. That's why naatay memorandum circular, and then sa IRP nila kaning specific LGU ang mo succeed sa vacancy ni Vice Mayor is ang first ranking sanggunian. So the question is which will prevail, kung ang katong IRP ba or ang DILG memorandum circular, kasi si DILG manggod naaman sad gud siya delegated power, no, and mandate over the LGUs na mag-issue o guidelines. So for me siguro dili man gyud ni siya binding, no, although naa siya IRP, as I have mentioned earlier, na kung ang IRP is not within the purview or negates the law, the rules or regulations na or issuances, then I believe siguro i-follow ang katong guidelines as provided by the memorandum circular. Kaya lang, I understand, magbangga manggod siya sa Section 50 with LGC. Kay again, naabay authorized ba ang sanggunian to issue their internal rules of procedure. So, medyo challenging siya on our part since naamaning MC circular, no? So, I would suggest siguro na if ever naiing-ani na confusion, then we must go back to the law, which is the local government code, as well as kaning mga issuances or memorandum circulars, rules and regulations that applies suppletorily sa local government code. So hopefully ma-resolve siya kay ang sa MC manggod is need pa og designation with the SILG, which I understand ganing less convenient siya and less practical on the part of the sanggunian. Kay ang mga papel mudagan mudagan pa sa region, and then ang region i-endorse pa sa taas, so madugay ba, no? So kana siguro ihaom lang siguro nato siya sa kaning memorandum circular if ever ang atoang memorandum circulars, laws, rules and regulations ang atoang mga IRP, no, when it comes to filling up with vacancies. Sa katong question ni Attorney Louie.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney Dali and Attorney Louie. Next, we have another question from our participant via Zoom from LGU Lupon, Davao Oriental, SB Secretary Malaluan. Under their RP on QJ, the Committee on Ethics and Good Government is tasked to conduct the investigation, or kailangan po ba to have a separate committee exclusive for this, which is the investigating committee, and also the Sangguniang Bayan sitting as committee of the whole can also conduct of the admin case?
As mentioned again, you can modify the provision according to the needs of the sanggunian. So not necessarily na kayong mag-chair is from the Committee on Ethics and Good Governance. So depende siya sa needs ni sanggunian kung ano yung mas preferred nila.
Okay, thank you so much po, Attorney Shanice. Now for our last question from the body po, before we proceed with our lunch, sir from LGU Manay, Davao Oriental. Please, Vice Mayor po.
So, thank you. Ma'am, is there any reglementary period on filing the case? A reglementary period, halimbawang last term pa ba yung kaso? Pwede pa ba siyang papailan ng kaso? So, term period lang tayo.
With respect sa admin cases, sir, no prescription. But of course, yung penalty kasi, if hindi na siya incumbent, so hindi na siya ma-implement.
So, ang
Yun lang
commissioner
yung
of
parang
attorneys,
limitation.
halimbawa, 1 year, 2 years, walang ganon.
No
Committed
prescription
ang-
to file.
to file.
Wala po.
Kasi there are cases na may reglementary period po.
Yes
Pwede
po.
ka lang makafile.
Pero we should also take note lang po, Vice, if may jurisdiction pa kayo sa party or sa subject matter, yun yung parang iti-consider. Kasi, yes, that happened before, pero hindi na pala siya incumbent. So wala na kayong jurisdiction over the party. Hindi na siya elective official, bali parang private citizen na siya.
May follow-up na lang po. Na ibang question po na ano. Halimbawang there is a suspension na pinataw natin doon sa isang barangay official on his last term. Pagka-suspended siya, disturb man ang kanyang ano, hindi na siya pwede makaran for the next election.
Hindi siya considered interrupted po. Purposes of term
Ang
limit.
suspension.
Yes po, as penalty.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much din po, Attorney Shanice. Another question po from the Vice Mayor of Municipality of Mawa, Vice Mayor Ramil Medina. Against whom should a complaint be filed if a barangay kagawad continues to receive salary or honorarium despite repeatedly failing to attend sessions without filing a leave of absence? The barangay captain or the barangay kagawad?
Based on the facts presented, a complaint can be filed to the barangay kagawad, Sangguniang barangay member, for kitong unauthorized absences. Yun ba? So, kung based lang sa limited facts na kana, apil tanan. Kung kana lang siya na facts involved, of course, kung tanan na to si barangay member lang siya. Pero of course, kung connivance, lahi na magusto siya na issue, kung lahi po na evidence na gi-present, may conspiracy, mga inana, and then, what if si barangay captain, muragi alaw lang. So, kung nag-leave siya, na siya unauthorized absences, kaya wala siya nag-file og leave, kato ground man po to siya. Kung kana lang ang facts na.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Shan.
Sorry. Pero lahi pod ang to file a case, lahi pod tong moingon ka mo prosper ba na siya. No, okay. During the investigation, daghan man tag circumstances na mahitabo, like what if wala di evidence, kunang kulang, dili substantial. So pwede good mo to siya, ginaingon na mo, pwede man ka ma-filean, pero kato depende na to siya if mag-prosper or enough ba to siya para makakuha o guilty na decision.
Okay, last question po from the Vice Mayor of Maui. Can a chairman/member of the Committee of Sangguniang Bayan be filed an administrative case in quasi-judicial for non-action of the measure that was referred to his or her committee?
Yes po. Yeah. Yes, no? Non-feasance na po yan siya. So, di ba na-mentioned na ako before, if dili po mo prosper, dili na mag-commence an investigation, despite na filing of answer, pwede to siya mag-ground for disciplinary action.
Okay, thank you so much po, Attorney Shanice and Attorney Dali. Also, we would like to thank our virtual and in-house participants for the active participation and engagement po sa ating open forum and discussions for this morning. So now, we would like to remind everyone na if you still have questions in mind, please take them, i-take note lang po nato kay ato pa rin siyang i-address for our afternoon session later on. So at this point,
Uy, may hapon sa tanan. Okay ba? Energize sa waka-waka. Sige lang kung katugon mo na ay free-flowing coffee sa likod. So, padayon na nakuha akong discussion, no? After this, we will be having our workshop on IRP drafting. So, we left off in undergrounds for disqualification, inhibition, and recusal of investigating committee member. So, why do we need to have this in our IRP, no? Because political color could taint the exercise of the power to suspend local officials. So, we will try to avoid na mga conflict of interest, na mga biases, no? This will bolster good governance and efficient administration by placing an effective mechanism of transparency and conducting the proceedings guided by the rule of law and stripped of partisan consideration. So once again, no, this is just a boilerplate provision. Later, you can also modify, you can adapt this or modify this no, according to the Sanggunian's needs. So this one, disqualification of a Sanggunian member. No Sanggunian member shall sit in the disciplinary case in which he or she or his or her husband or wife or child is the complainant or respondent or has pecuniary interest in the case as heir, legatee, creditor, otherwise. So, no, take away the rin na issue of conflict of interest, except with the written consent of all parties in interest. So, pwede allow, kung gusto gid ninyo na ay written consent, pwede na po din yun walaon yun na no. No, depende na sa inyo ha. So, no single member shall participate in a disciplinary action in which he is related to either party within 6 degrees of consanguinity or affinity or to counsel within the 4th degree computed according to the rules of civil law or when acts or omission complained of involved required his material intervention as mediator, conciliator, or counsel. A Sanggunian member in the exercise of his sound discretion disqualify himself sitting in disciplinary case for just for valid reasons other than those mentioned above. So you can also allow no a sitting member na sa committee na mo inhibit no in the exercise of his sound discretion. Pwede po ninyo i-out na add rin na mo-provide siya o valid reason, depende na sa inyo ha, no? Kung na ay gusto mo inhibit. So this is just a sample provision on disqualification. Next is rule on indigent. So why do we also need this? Because the free access to courts and quasi-judicial bodies and adequate legal assistance shall not be denied to any person by reason of poverty. So, important po no na maghatag po taog rule on indigent in cases na na-indigent na mag-file. Because exempting indigent litigants from payment of lawful fees, kano kay na-filing fee, certified true copy of documents, transcripts, or stenographic notes will ensure that everyone has access to courts. It removes economic barriers that prevent the marginalized and disadvantaged from seeking reliefs from the Sanggunian exercising its QJ powers. So this is a sample provision no, of indigent complaint. So a party may authorize to litigate his action, claim or defense an indigent if the disciplining authority or investigating committee upon ex parte application and hearing, he is satisfied that the party is one who has no money or property sufficient. So, pwede ninyo i-amend po din na provision o how ka na maghatag og proof na indigent siya. Pwede mo mga certificate or osaba. Sample lang ni siya. Such authority shall include an exemption from payment of lawful fees and of transcript or stenographic notes. So, if ruled na indigent na to na party, no, ma-allowed na siya na free from the payment of this request. And also a provision here, no, an adverse party may contest, no, if you allow that to the grant of such authority or pwede na po upon your discretion. Depende sa sanggunian. So pwede mag-provision that you may allow the adverse party to contest the grant of authority na mo litigate siya as indigent. Please note na kanisya na provision no would support the framework na katong good governance and efficient administration of justice. Next is rules on party. So in this kanina topic, this will tackle on what will happen if a party na ay na deceased, no? Namatay si complainant or namatay si respondent, no? Dili man maiwasan no na mahitabo during the proceedings. So how will you address that issue? So better na lang po na naana sa inyong IRP para guided mo pohon na anin if simba ko nun ay mahitabo na ay mamatay. So efficient administration of justice entails a good foresight of possible circumstances of parties in the course of the proceedings, such as when a party is a minor or a competent, or when the party dies, or when a guardian or representative is appointed to act on behalf of a party. The sanggunian will not be in a quandary when such contingent event arise because provisions for them have written in the rules of procedure. So this is a sample, no? The disciplinary action is allowed to be prosecuted by a representative or someone acting in a fiduciary capacity. The beneficiary shall be included in the title of the case and shall be deemed to be the real party in interest, provided that such representative shall be armed with a SPA or a board resono if ang complainant is a corporation, or to sign the initiatory or responsive pleading and verification and file the same. A representative may be a trustee or an exprestas, a guardian, executor, or administrator, a party authorized by law of these rules. An agent acting in his or her name and for the benefit of an undisclosed principal may sue or be sued without joining the principal except when the breach involves things belonging to the principal. So, pwede no by SPA. Pero depende na naghihapon sa gunian kung allow sila. No? The complainants may be natural or juridical person. So if natural person who will file to representative must submit an SPA, and pag juridical is na a board res. So pwede ninyo siya i-specify na siya na requirement. So for minor and incompetent, no, if a minor or a person alleged to be incompetent may sue with the assistance of his or her father, mother, guardian, or if he has none, a representative from the city, municipal, or provincial welfare development office. If a party becomes incompetent or incapacitate, no, during the proceedings, the DA or IC, upon motion with notice, may allow the action to be continued by or against the incompetent or incapacitated person assisted by his legal guardian or guardian ad litem. So, kanisya, gina-address niya ang issue no, regarding minority. So, according to this module, no, the minority or incompetency of the respondent should not bar them from holding elective public officials from being held accountable for their malfeasance, including this provision in the rules of procedure fosters good governance and efficient administration of justice. So, no, in kaso, in the course of the proceedings, may incapacitate tong isa ka party, so at least guided ang sanggunian on what to do. Next is death. So medyo taas-taas ni siya. Basically, ani na section, whenever a complainant to a pending action dies, the claim is not thereby automatically extinguished. So, kani siya si complainant, no, ang namatay. So, diri, if it is the duty of the council, no, to notify pod ang sanggunian or ang IC na namatay, pero na namatay ang complainant. Then the heirs of the deceased may be allowed to be substituted for the deceased complainant without requiring the appointment of an executor or admin. In case of minor heirs, they may be represented in the following preference. So, kung minor, so na siya allowed kung scenario is deceased or in case of kung minor pa to ang nabilin, so surviving parents, surviving grandparents, inana siya. The rules of substitute parental authority as provided in Article 214 and 216 of the Family Code shall apply statutorily. If no legal representative is named by the council, for the deceased party, or if the one so named shall fail to appear, the DA or IC may order the dismissal of the case unless other witnesses are produced or substantial evidence are presented to corroborate the material points of the complaint that would warrant the continuation of the proceedings. So, no, at least kani siya na rule, it will tackle if na ay death sa complainant. What will happen if death sa respondent? So, of course, extinguished na, no? Death during the pendency of the action or before final judgment shall extinguish the admin liability, no? Okay, death of a respondent in an admin case before its final resolution is a cause for its dismissal. Proceeding any further would be a gross violation of her or his constitutionally guaranteed right to due process. Kaya wala naman si respondent. So, dili na siya di na niya ma-confront o may mga witnesses. Mawala na ang due process. Next is rule on form and substance and procedure filing in the complaint. So this will tackle katong effect of signature and verification, address and email address, anonymous complaint, withdrawal of complaint, grounds for summary dismissal, and dismissal with prejudice. Because remember, under the IRP, no, under Section 50, na sanggunian is allowed to promulgate rules. So, better na lang po na ma-address ni siya ng mga issues if ever mag-arise man siya. Now, sorry. Signature and verification. Every pleading must be signed by the party or the counsel representing him or her. No, basic man po, dapat po sign siya para complete yun ang document. The sanggunian or the investigating committee must develop rules on how unsigned pleading and unverified pleadings should be treated. So, now, the signature of the counsel constitutes a certificate by him or her that he has read the pleading and document. So this is the basis kung naay signature and verification. And formed to the best of his or her knowledge, information, and belief formed after inquiry reasonable under the circumstances. So ngano naay need ni siya? Ngano need na naay signature, no? Kay, by signing your name, no, aning verification, katong circumstances na sa imong complaint is not being presented for improper purpose, not to harass, and the claims, defenses, and other legal contention are warranted by existing law or jurisprudence. So, morning basis basta naa na kay signature and with morning legal implication niya. The factual contentions have evidentiary support or specifically or so identified will likely have evidentiary support, and denials of factual contentions are warranted on the evidence, or if specifically identified are reasonably based on belief or lack or information. So actually, taas ni siya, no, na kani siya na form, mauto siya, para pagkatong sa evaluation sa complaint, kabalo na mo unsay i-check, no? Pleading, letter C. A pleading is verified by an affidavit to the affiant duly authorized to sign said verification. The authorization of the ayat to act on behalf, whether in the form of secretary certificate, kanito if mga juridical persons or special powers of attorney. So mao ni ang legal implication sa iyahang verification. No. The signature of the affiant shall further serve as certification of the truthfulness of the allegation in the pleading, no? Para makita na ang complaint bukat siya ba, no, na para ma-avoid pod nato ng mga complaint na walay basis kay mohatag gud ka ani na verification, no? But take note, the lack of verification shall not cause the dismissal of the complaint provided that the sanggunian may for good reasons allow to correct it. So pwede ra pod to ninyo ipa-correct kung na ay missing, no, during sa evaluation sa complaint. Next. Kani siya. If the sanggunian determines on motion or motu proprio and after noticing that this rule has been violated, it shall upon i-refer ang violation to the criminal prosecution, prosecution, disciplinary, or an attorney or law firm, on any attorney or law firm or party that violated the rule or responsible for the violation thereof, or initiate an action in direct contempt. Pero pwede na po di siya wala ha. Pwede na po ninyo dili ibutang. Kato, pwede na ninyo ipa-correct. Kung makita na naay wala signature and verification. So kanino address and email address of record. Kaya di ba we mentioned earlier na ginatry na nato digitalize tanan. In kanina instance, pwede man gud nato i-allow na ang filing is electronic, katong mga subsequent pleadings electronic na. So, in this suggested na provision, in addition to other information required to be included in the complaint, the party or his or her counsel must indicate their valid address or email address. Because later on, when we be discussing tong mga service and filing, pwede man gud sa sanggunian mag-complete digitalize na tanan, meaning service of filing kay electronic na by email. So para dili to avoid na ma-error ma-error send sa email, ma-send og error ang mga documents, make sure na katong email on record ang gi-provide ang sendan. So a filing by electronic transmittal must be made with any of the email address of record or filing party or counsels of record. If an electronic transmittal is made with an email address not of record, the entire transmittal shall be deemed as not filed. So katulad ita sa murag registered nato na email address nagihatag sa parties. So we can also provide a rule na kung from other siya na email, considered siya not filed. Parties or their counsels, if any, have the obligation to monitor the inboxes of their email address of record with the sanggunian regularly and diligently. That the parties or their counsels have not checked their inbox or the email address is inexcusable. So, for example, na ay notice of hearing, isend sa sanggunian, please klaro diri na dili makaingon si counsel na wala mo ko'y nadawat, makita ba yan sa email na nakasend siya sa email on record. So, dili pwede mo ingon si counsel na makalimot lang siya check. Kaya pwede na siya na to ibutang na rule. Next is anonymous complaint. The sanggunian shall not give due course except when the allegations therein can be substantiated by every evidentiary support. In the latter case, the sanggunian shall refer the complaint to the ombudsman. So generally, dili gid pwede ang anonymous complaint kay di ba the right to katong right to confront our witnesses, especially the complainant. So dili ang anonymous complaint. So ombudsman manggod nag-cater sila og anonymous complaint, especially if na ay verifiable leads, no. So pwede na to i-refer sa ombudsman. So withdrawal of the complaint, or complainant's desistance shall not result in its outright dismissal or discharge of the person complained of. No. So once na file na siya, delete na siya, pwede na siya magpadayon. In Carlito Encinas versus Agustin, the Supreme Court held that the subsequent withdrawal of complaint in an admin proceeding does not strip the quasi-judicial body of its jurisdiction to hear the administrative case until its resolution. Further, in Briones versus Canilla, it held that the desistance of the aggrieved party will not deter an investigating authority from continuing with the conduct of investigation. Withdrawal of the administrative complaint will not prevent the court from deciding in the case since complainants are in the real sense only witnesses therein. So, mauna siya atong basis ani na provision. So, grounds for summary dismissal, so katong lack of subject matter or jurisdiction. So katong, for example, barangay man na-file siya sa panlalawigan, So, pwede na to siya ma-dismiss kay dito dapat siya sa Sangguniang Bayan or Panunsod. Next is the facts. The facts charge not constitute an offense or a complaint contains averments which if true would constitute legal excuse or justification. Usually siya sa mga criminal case na kung tanaw nimo, another example here is self-defense di siya. No, nanade siya legal excuse. Next is that the respondent has been previously convicted or acquitted of the offense charged or the case against him was dismissed or otherwise terminated without his express consent. So, dili pwede na na-file naman ko aning same ground, magikasuhan na po ko aning same ground. No. When based on the facts alleged, the admin action or liability has been extinguished. So, kato, namatay na di ay si respondent. So, na-extinguish na to iyahang liability. So, dismissal with prejudice subject to the right of appeal. An order dismissing the case or granting dismissal based on an affirmative defense that the allegations of the complaint show that the admin action has been extinguished. Previously, katong mga grounds no na we mentioned earlier. However, the conviction of the respondent shall not be a bar to another prosecution for an offense which necessarily includes the offense charged in the former complaint when the graver offense developed due to supervening facts. So kani siya common ni siya actually kung criminal case na for example from serious physical na himo murder. So kung sa admin siguro no later on dili na ko ma-picture out kung unsay kanang siguro kung ang basis sa itahang complaint is na kanang moral turpitude siya, nahimo pa siyang graver, diri siya ma-fall. Next, kanina na siyang rules on filing and service including the allowance of electronic filing and service of pleading. So, muna ni siya itong medyo kuti-kuti na ni diri, no? Kay important magod ang filing and service kasi this is part of due process, no? Sa courts man god, you cannot file basta wala pa pud mo na serve sa other party. So i-serve sa nimo ay i-file. So this is part of our due process. There is a need to emphasize these rules on filing and service because of this is part of procedural due process. Now, for example, kani filing and service defined. So filing is the act of submitting the pleading or other paper to the DA or IC. So para dili ilibog unsa ng filing o filing and service, filing is katong kay DA, no, kay DA or IC. So kung mosurya tag filing, kato siyang i-file kay disciplinary authority or kay kung katong filing, it means na katong isubmit nimo kay sanggunian, no, either kay sanggunian or katong sa investigating committee kung mag-create man mo investigating committee. So service is the act of providing a party with a copy of the pleading. So when we talk of service, katong pag-furnish nimo og copy sa party sa case. So para ma-differentiate lang siya klaro na mo ni siya na boilerplate provision gyapon. So ngano man na siya no kailangan tag maginana kay para at least no ma-afford ang parties aware sila kano sa sila asa sila mag-file, asa sila mag-serve, kano sa sila mag-serve. Kay especially kay mga lawyers ba gid naman yung lawyers na mo represent ani. So usually ana ng mga defense kay ay chair wala man mi nadawat ani na copy. Ay, chair, wala man mi ani wala mi na-furnishan sa copy ani na affidavit or na complaint, etc. So, para maklaro siya, asa mag-file, asa mag-serve. So, here also, naapo diri no, service is, if a party has appeared by counsel, service upon such party shall be made upon his or her counsel, unless service upon the party and the party's counsel is ordered by the DA or IC. Where one counsel appears for several parties, such counsel shall only be entitled to one copy of any paper served by the opposite side. So, para maklaro lang, kung daghan parties, katong service sa counsel, mauna tong service sa tanan parties. No? Where several counsels appear for one party, such party shall be entitled to only one copy of any pleading or paper to be served upon the lead counsel if one is designated or upon one of them if there is no designation or lead of counsel. So, kung daghan po counsel, katong designated na lead counsel, siya lang ang tagaan. Considered na to siya na na-serve despite ang katunguban counsels wala ang tagawat. Papers required to be filed and served, every judgment, resolution, order, pleading subsequent to the complaint, written motion, notice, appearance, or other papers shall be filed with the DAIC and served upon the parties affected. So, kung naay mag-file og motion, so before mag-file og motion, dapat ma-serve pod si party. So, manner of filing. So, i-run through lang na ko ni siya. Di-discuss din, no, na ay personal, by registered mail, or private courier, or electronic mail. So, if personal siya, si Sangguniang Sec shall endorse the pleading, the date, and hour of filing. If by private mail, the date of mailing of motions and other submissions as shown by the post office stamp on the envelope or the registry receipt shall be considered as the date of their filing in the DAIC. The envelope shall be attached to the records of the case. If through personal filing by registered mail, kanisha, PDF copies must be transmitted within 24 hours from the filing of the paper copy. So, kanisha, pwede ninyong ipa-require na katong mga personal or kanang courier na pag-file, mag-submit po mo electronically para naapoy electronic copy si Sanggunian. Pwede po siya makasave siya time, at least dili na mag-scan si Sanggunian Secretary. So when the primary manner of the filing is through electronic transmittal, pursuant to this rule, the subsequent submission of a paper copy shall be dispensed with. So kung na-decidean na purely electronic na lang, dili na mag-submit of paper, no? So paperless ang mahitabo. So the time and date of the electronic transmittal shall be considered as the time and date of filing. So ma-record man na dito sa email kung ano siya na-send. So pwede po na if express permission granted by the DA, the primary filing, for the primary filing through electronic transmittal of the following. So pwede man do din yun na kanina mga documents, like example confidential, dili mo musugot ng electronic. No? Especially confidential siya or initiatory pleading. Pwede ninyo i-require yun na personal siya i-file. In the absence of express permission to file foregoing pleading, and submissions by electronic means, paper copy shall be required and the date of filing shall be the date when the paper copy was filed in person sent by the registered mail. So katong ang nag-govern dere is katong personal na filing, dili electronic. So dili i-consider tong pag-send via electronic mail kung wala pod nag-request of permission. But depende gyapon na sa inyo ha. Except for documents falling katong kanina documents. The primary manner of filing of all pleading motions and other subsequent submission to the DA and IC shall be through electronic transmittal. The date of electronic transmission shall be considered as a date of filing, provided that when the email was sent beyond 5 o'clock in the afternoon or during Sunday or non-working day, the pleading or submission shall be considered received on the next working day. So important din siya, especially kung na yung mga time-bound na submission, at least klaro siya, no, na kung na-send ang deadline kay Friday, na-send siya Friday pero beyond office hours. So, pwede niyo na-consider na siya na-file of late. Pero at least klaro lang siya. No, kung Saturday na siya na-send, ma-consider na siya naman or next working day na. Modes of service. No, service is katong pag-serve ni mo copy sa party. So same lang gihapon ni siya, pwede electronic, pwede by courier, or pwede personal. So, skip na lang nato ni no, na personal service, then ay by mail and electronic means. So kaning sa electronic means, ako lang ni siyang i-emphasize kay pwede man gud ang sanggunian maghatag og format unsaon pag email. So the PDF copy of the primary pleading or court must be separated from the electronic copies in PDF or any accompanying additional documents. So pasabot ani, dili lang siya isa ka document tanan. So example, dahil itong si answer, si annex, si verification, murag different siya na file para dili gobot. So the PDF copy may be electronically generated from a word processing or scanned images of the document compiled in PDF file. The size of the PDF must be reasonable. The filer is also responsible for ensuring that the DA's official email address service will not reject or block the transmittal email due to file size or an attachment. So dapat ang katong party na yahaging i-make sure na nadawat yun sa IC or sa DA ang ilahang thing. So, kani sila more on electronic na ni siya ng mga pleadings. Kano sa dim file. Gusto na ako ipakita to. Naapod tayo facsimile. Naapa ba'y nagagamit og fax karon? Wala na siguro. Pwede na nato na siya i-delete. No? Delete na nato na siya. Kani, electronic mail. No? Pwede na to, pag naay mag-submit og mail, para hanay. So, ang subject sa email kay case number, case title, designation of pleading. So, subject SB admin case number, Juan de la Cruz versus Marites, formal offer of evidence. So, di ba sa email naman ay subject matter, so mas dali siya makitaan. So, pwede ninyo na ipa-require na inani ang format nila pag mag-file sila electronically. The body of the email shall follow the prescribed format and must contain sufficient information to enable the court to ascertain the party or parties filing the pleading or other submissions. So, kani example lang nila, primary manner of filing, filing date, case data. So, katuning sa body sa email. So, dapat ipa-include ang kanina mga details para mas easier sa sangguniang secretary, no? Kung mangita na siya sa email, mag-request ani na docket. So, kanang example, electronic transmittal, filing date, kani, case number, kani siya, filing date, especially if na personal mo. So, at least klaro siya, no? Hanay siya kung mag-electronic na mo. Attachments, pwede po ang attachments, dapat enclose as individual attachment. So, para dali siya makita, nakaseparate tong document na mga annex lang, lahi pa siya sa document na pleading. Mas dali man ko siya tanawon kay kung isahon siya tanan, isa-isahon para ninyong tanaw. So at least guided pod ang mga counsels isahon pag-submit, no? Dili kay para pod na efficient pod ang inyong pag-conduct sa case, medyo dili gubot ang mga files. So if the total file size of the documents exceeds the maximum size, no, pwede siya i-transmit in batches. So kani, for example, batch 1, batch 2, kung daghan kayo og attachment, pwede ninyo ipainana. And then another here is verified declaration. So in instances of when a primary manner of filing is through personal filing or registered mail, or by private courier and electronic transmittal, the filer shall execute a verified declaration that the pleading or court submission and its accompanying document, if any, submitted electronically are complete and true copies of the paper filed in court. So, gina-verify lang nimo na kung ni party na what he filed is the same, no, nag-file niya. What he filed personally is the same paper copies he filed electronically. So, sample lang ni siya, no, declaration. Yan, separate document. Pwede rapod na inyong i-copy. So proof of service, pag ordinary mail, katong affidavit sa person, registered mail, registry receipt. Kung private courier is a affidavit of service executed by the person who brought the pleading or paper. Kung electronic, by the affidavit of service executed by the person who sent the email. So mura gihapon na siya affidavit of service na format. Pero through electronic lang niya define. So completeness of service is upon actual delivery. So service by ordinary mail is complete upon expiration of 10 calendar days after mailing unless the DA's IC otherwise provides. So kani siya ha, again, boilerplate lang ni siya na mga provisions. If registered mail, katong actual receipt by the addressee or after 5 calendar days from the date or he or she received the first notice of the postmaster, whichever date is earlier. And if by private courier is complete upon actual receipt by the addressee or at least 2 attempts to deliver by the courier or upon expiration of 5 calendar days. So at least, this is just a boilerplate provision to guide us when is service complete. So in kani siya electronic is complete at the time electronic transmission of the document or when available at the time that the electronic notification of service of the document is sent. Electronic service is not effective or complete if the party serving the document learns that it did not reach the addressee or person to be served. So kani facsimile na po, complete upon receipt of the other party as indicated in the facsimile transmission printout. So there's also presumptive service. Pwede po nato ni siya include, no? Presumptive notice to a party of a hearing. If such notice appears on the records to have been mailed or at least 3 calendar days prior to the scheduled date of hearing, and if the addressee is from within the same municipality or at least 10 calendar days if the complaint is from outside the municipality. So, presumption lang ni siya of service. Pwede man po during the pre-trial conference na ang parties diha, during the pre-con man god, dito na niyo ibutang yung mga murag trial dates, kano sa toong hearing, no, mag-appear ang witnesses. So usually, after na ay pre-trial brief, pre-trial order, and then, since present naman po ang mga parties sa kanang na conference, no, deemed na po sila notified. No, so, pwede na, wala na i-separate notice of hearing. Okay, naman na siya, notified naman sila dito in court, during the conference mismo. Next is service of decisions, final orders, resolution. Decisions, final orders, or resolution shall be served either by personally, electronic, or registered mail. Or upon ex parte motion of any party in the case, a copy of the decision final order may be delivered by private courier at the expense of such party. So, pwede, no, moto na atay choices kung personal, electronic, or registered mail. So change, if na ay change, no, kaya nag-digitalize naman ta. So if ever one of the parties na mag-change silang email, so of course, no, mag-inform sila sa inyo ha. Proof of filing. So, ang proof of filing, the filing of a pleading or any other submission shall be proved by its existence in the records of the case. So if naa siya sa records ni secretary, pasabot na file yun siya, no? Ano naabot man daw sa iyang records. So if it's in the case, it is considered to be filed. So for pleading or other submissions filed personally, the electronic copy shall reflect the written or stamped acknowledgement of the Sangguniang Secretary. So, di ba, pag-receive sa IC through the Secretary, naman ay stamp receive, date of time. So, katong date and katong iyang stamp dito mo, tong proof na na-file niya. If registered mail or private courier, the PDF copy shall include the following, no? So, kanina po, date and time of mailing, delivery of the post office or private courier, if registered mail, katong registered receipt. So same lang di hapon ni siyang proof of filing actually. Pero at least, no, specify diri. Kaya pangitaan man dyan sa mga abogado na ni mag, kung na-file na ba ni siya, na-serve. No? Kung file, at important na makita tong date and time. So, preliminary conference. So, katong dito ganina sa, sa katong, ato ang overview, di ba, after answer investigation. So, nano na pa may preliminary conference. No? Para ni, under gihapon niya siya sa framework nato na efficient administration of justice. Because, according to this module, the preliminary conference forms part of the administrative investigation. It is a procedural device aimed to relieve clogged dockets by narrowing and clarifying the basic issues between the parties, ascertaining facts relative to the issues, and enable the parties to obtain the fullest possible knowledge of the issues and facts before the civil trials, and thus prevent said trials to be carried out in the dark. So usually, dito na mag-stipulate na mo sa facts and issues, kinsa ang i-present lang na witnesses, unsa na mga documents ang i-present. So, muna siya preliminary, kay para pag abot na to sa trial, dili na ta magubot na masking kinsa na lang na witness, ay naapaday na witness lain. Kanina, complainant will present 3 witnesses. Respondent will present 3. So at least, and mas-schedule ninyo ang inyong trial dates. Kaya na lang ba 90 days. So mas-schedule siya, and then dili na siya, walay surprise na mahitabo. So again, for efficient administration of justice, gihapon ang purpose ani important na preliminary con. Although wala siya dito sa local government code, wala man dito nakabutang, pero important siya para mag-guide mo to your trial. So let us discuss katong mga boilerplate provisions nato. So preliminary conference, after notice is filed, the sanggunian shall issue a notice of preliminary conference, which shall be held within 5 days from the date of filing such answer. Nature and purpose. So mauna nitong simplification of issues, because during this time, inyuhan namang lista, unsa lang itong issue ani na case. And pwede po, ang katong facts na dili na need, facts na inyong stipulate na. Actually, ang mga attorneys na dito, ang murag mag-argue sa stipulation of facts and issues. So, for example, okay, stipulate na ko na kanina document is genuine and authentic. So, pag abot ng trial, dili na mo mag-present pa na authenticate ang document. Kay during preliminary conference, nag-stipulate naman ang party. So, muna siya, medyo may efficient ang administration, kaya mapaspas siya, kay nahanay naman ninyo sa preliminary consult. Next is limitation of the number and identification of witnesses in the setting of trial dates, and the propriety of rendering judgment on the pleadings or summary judgment or of dismissing the action should a valid ground therefore be bound to exist. So, among ang nature and purpose of preliminary conference. So, during this preliminary conference mag-mark of evidence, examine, and make comparison sa katong evidence, katong mga document na kung same to sa gi-submit, manifest for the stipulation regarding the faithfulness and reproduction and genuineness of the evidence. So, usually, para dili na mag-present ang party of further evidence of the genuineness of that document. So, malesen ang time sa trial. So, pwede po mo mag-allow for the parties to reserve evidence, but only in the following manner: for testimonial, by giving the name of a position and nature of the testimony, and for the documentary evidence and other object evidence by giving a description, and no reservation shall be allowed if not made in the manner described above. So, especially katong mga documents na wala pa sa parties, pwede reserve. So, para at least, especially if testimonial evidence, kay need man siya alatan of time during trial. So, and other such matters as may aid in the prompt disposition of the case. So, preliminary conference shall be mandatory. No. Failure without just cause of a party and counsel to appear. This might notice shall result in a waiver of any objections to the faithfulness of their productions mark or genuineness of their genuineness and due execution. So, in case na naay party na dili mo attend, at least aware sila sa repercussions kay naa sa inyong IRP. No, failure without just cause of a party or counsel to bring evidence required shall be deemed waiver of the presentation thereof. No evidence shall be allowed to be presented and offered during the formal investigation in support of the party's evidence other than those that have been identified and pre-marked during the pre-con. The agreement entered into during the pre-con shall be embodied in a preliminary conference order and is binding on both parties in interest of justice. The IC may allow a deviation from the same. So tong after sa pre-con, mag-issue of pre-con order summarizing nakatong what transpired na during the pre-con, sa atong mga na stipulate, na agrihan, sa ang mga ipang mark, and then mo to siya ang result na sa pre-con order. And then the Sangguniang Secretary shall prepare the minutes of the preliminary conference. So preliminary conference brief, pwede po require the parties to file at least 3 calendar days before the scheduled preliminary conference. So pwede para pag-apot yun sa mismong preliminary conference, pas-pas na lang kay na preliminary conference brief. So it will contain concise statement of the case and reliefs paid for, a summary of admitted fact and proposed stipulations, factual or legal issues to be tried or resolved, and katumang evidence. And so, name of the witnesses, and summary of the respective testimonies. So muna ni, at least during pre-con, you're guided by the preliminary conference brief sa parties. And then, of course, kani po siya, i-serve po ni siya, na ni-file. Submission of affidavits and exhibits in lieu of direct testimonies, pwede para paspas na kitmahoma ng trial, pwede ta mag-submit na lang affidavit to serve as the direct testimony, judicial affidavit niya siya sa mga witnesses. So para pag-abot sa trial, diretso na lang ba yung cross. So appearance at preliminary conference, it shall be the duty of the parties to appear at the preliminary conference. The non-appearance of a party can be excused for acts of God, force majeure, or duly subsided physical inability. A representative may appear on behalf but must be fully authorized through an SPA or a board reso. So another na pod na instance if na ay dili mag-appear during preliminary conference. Next, effects of failure to appeal. So balik-balik, so daghan gid siya boilerplate provisions na pwede niyo i-copy. When duly notified, the failure shall cause the dismissal of the action. A similar failure on the part of the defendant shall allow the complainant to present his or evidence ex parte. So depende na ni sa circumstances kung asa mas ma-fit sa sanggunian. Next, questions are to be asked by the chairperson. So kanino during the, mentioned na ko before, during the preliminary conference, the chairperson of the IC shall be the one asking questions on issues raised by the parties, and all questions or comments by the counsel or parties must be directed to the chairperson. So for efficient administration, dili tanan magsabay og storya. We make it a rule nato na all questions and answers kay directed kay chair. But also, pwede man po si chair, not only the chair ang pwede mag-ask, pwede po to ihang members. So, pwede gihapon ninyo i-amend na dili lang si chair ang mag-vote of clarificatory questions. Now, this is the preliminary conference order, tong mention. Unsay sulod sa preliminary conference order. So prohibition against amicable settlement. No amicable settlement shall be permitted or allowed. So kanina, formal investigation. Hapit mo ta. So sa formal investigation, muna nitong trial type na, sa pre-con, Nahumanatag evaluate sa complaint, nag-file na og answer, nahumanatag pre-con, so mag-trial na ta, mag-informal na gid ta. Diri na gitong hearing. So schedule of investigative hearings, the parties shall strictly observe the scheduled hearings agreed upon and set forth in the preliminary conference order. So mao ni akong gi-mention ano important mag-preliminary conference kay ang result niya is the preliminary conference order which will be your guide during the formal investigation. So the initial, so basically Anna, let me just forward lang ako. So who conducts the hearing? The formal investigation shall be conducted by the IC. This is mentioned before no kung mag-create man og committee, bali gi-delegate man gud sa sanggunian ang hearing sa IC. So failure to commence formal investigation, mo to subject to disciplinary. So power to take testimony or receive evidence. So kani. The IC is hereby authorized to take testimony or receive evidence relevant to the administrative proceedings, which authority shall include the power to administer oath, subpoena, witness, and require the production of documents by subpoena to STECOM pursuant to admin code. So, during katong naning sa trial proper na before mo enter ang witness katong state your name, katong mag-oath na sila. So, hearing days and calendar call, pwede ninyo na ang inyong conduct sa hearing is Monday to Thursday lang. Kaya pag Friday mag-deliberate mo, no? Pwede na po siya in no? An investigative hearing shall be held from Monday to Thursday. The Sanggunian Secretary shall ensure the posting of the IC's calendar outside the session hall at least one day before the scheduled hearings. Mura ba rin siya sa court man god before you enter the courtroom, no, na calendar outside, listahan sa mga hearings. So, pwede po ito sundugon. No, kailangan, nag-function naman mo as QJ body god. Next is postponement. Postponement of the investigation shall be discouraged, no? Because limited lamang to ato ang time. A motion to postpone the investigation on the ground of illness of a party or council may be granted if it appears upon affidavit or sworn certification that the presence of such party or council is indispensable. No postponement for a period longer than 7 days shall be allowed, and in no case shall the total number of postponements for one party be more than 20 days. So, yeah, pwede na ito niya siya i-adjust ng mga days. I take note, no? Dapat makonclude na ang investigation within 90 days. Especially if the parties will present lots of witnesses, so it will take time. So pwede na to ni siya i-shorten. Pwede na to 3 days lang, maximum 7 na, or upon discretion of the IC. The party who caused the postponement is warned that the presentation of its evidence must still be terminated on the remaining dates previously agreed upon. So, proceedings to be recorded, stenographic notes. So, si Sanggunian Secretary is tasked to take stenographic notes during the trial. So, pwede pod mo mag-hire of stenographic kanang stenographic yun na stenographic yun. Depende na sa sanggunian, no? Kung na ay funds. So public hearing and closed door sessions. All hearings shall be open to the public unless a closed door session is ordered by an affirmative vote or a majority of the committee members present, there being a quorum in the public interest or for reasons of security, decency, or morality. Attendance at closed-door session shall be limited to members of the IC, its staff, other members of the Sanggunian, and other persons whose presence is requested. or allowed by the chairperson. Testimony taken or material presented in an executive session or any summary thereof shall not be made public in whole or in part unless authorized by the IC. So, pwede mag-agree no na ay closed door session lang siya, especially if sensitive ang issues na involved. So, at the start of the hearing, dili na tong the secretary shall take note on the appearance of the parties. After being apprised of the rights of the counsel, the complainant and the respondent appear without aid of counsel, he shall be deemed to have waived the right thereon. So before mag-take of testimony, i-place siya, the witness, under oath, no? And you take ang name, address, civil status, age, and complete name and address of employment. So, kanilang to siya before mga preliminary matters. Pwede po, during the hearing na the IC, the chairperson, no, mag-make clarificatory questions regarding especially sa statements nila na gipang issue nila witnesses. So, order of hearing. So, mo ni siya, direct examination, then cross, redirect, cross. Usually, ang mauna o present na is ang complainant. Kanin. Kung balik-balik lagi no, usually ang mga provisions, para lang po ni makita sa tanan, guidance lang jud ni siya. So kung later on na mag-draft na ninyo inyong IRP, pwede ninyo i-look back ang kaning PowerPoint, tanawon ninyo, kung naasang man ninyo murag feel na mas bagay sa sanggunian kung mag-QJ na sila. So termination of formal investigation, no, within 90 days from the start thereof, unreasonable failure to complete, balik-balik, no, shall be ground for disciplinary action. No, the parties may allow to submit their respective memoranda after the termination of the formal investigation. So, balik-balik, no investigation shall be conducted within the 90 calendar days immediately prior to a local election. So this naani siya sa atong LGC. If the investigation was commenced prior to said period, it shall be suspended at the onset of the period without prejudice to its continuance, but not beyond the remainder of the term of respondent. Next is subpoena. No? So subpoena, dusis tecum and testificandum, when we say dusis tecum katong person. Pag subpoena dusis tecum, the document. Pag testificandum is katong witness, katong person na gusto niyo i-subpoena as witness. So, this is the process of directed to a person requiring him or her to attend and to testify at the hearing of a trial or action or any investigation conducted by a competent authority or for the taking of his or her deposition. It will also require him to bring in with him or her any books, documents, or other things under his or her control, in which case it is called subpoena ducis tecum. So, pwede mo no, na subpoena power sa QJ. So, pwede po siya, a party may also no, apply for subpoena para mag-issue CIC o subpoena. But take note, no prisoner sentenced to death, reclusion perpetua, or life imprisonment, and who is confined in any penal institution shall be brought outside the said penal institution for appearance or attendance in any court unless authorized by the Supreme Court. So, kana lang, gid ang limitation na to when it comes to subpoena. So, the form and contents of your subpoena should state the name of the sanggunian, the title of the action or investigation, and directed to the person whose attendance is required. And if ducis tecum siya, it should also contain reasonable description of the books, documents, or things. So, please note na katong description of the books na to, dili lang moingon na document na vague, no? Unsa na document? Specify na to, unsa na document, unsa na books, unsa na thing. Para we should not use it as fishing expedition, bali. So also quashing of subpoena, you can allow this if katong person, no, the party applying for a subpoena, the other party can also quash it, no, if it is unreasonable or oppressive or the relevancy of the book's document does not appear. If the person in whose behalf the subpoena is issued fails to advance the reasonable cost of the production thereof. No, especially if ang subpoena is not from the same municipality or the same region. So ang rule is the person applying for that subpoena, siya man gud ang mag-shoulder sa cost. So for example, taga Manila. So wala nag-advance of cost dito, pwede siya ma-quash on that ground. Service of a subpoena shall be made in the same manner of personal or substituted service of notice to file an answer. The original shall be exhibited and a copy thereof delivered to the person in whom it is served. The service must be made so as to allow the witness a reasonable time for preparation and travel to place of attendance. Cost for attendance before the sanggunian and production of documents and other materials shall be tendered or charged accordingly to the person who applied for the subpoena. So, personal appearance before the sanggunian. A person present in the sanggunian may be required to testify as if he or she were in attendance upon a subpoena issued by such sanggunian or IC. Kani siya, during the hearing, no, makita ninyo itong person, pwede ninyo siya pa-required to testify as if na-issuehan siya og subpoena. Na naman siya dito. So in case of failure of a witness to attend the sanggunian upon proof of service thereof and of the failure of its witnesses, may institute proper action before the trial court for contempt. So katulang, although na ay subpoena powers, wala tayo contempt powers. Apply gihapon siya sa court. So evidence. So kanino na part sa topic more on very technical na ni siya. No, sa medyo abogado na ni siya na part. Okay. What is evidence, no? When is it relevant? Kano sa man siya maingon na relevant ni siya, accurate ba ni siya, original? Unsa ba? So, when we talk of evidence, unsa man ang evidence required or a burden of proof required para no mag-guilty ang isa ka respondent. Diba? With substantial evidence. So, even though no the kaning quasi-judicial functions na to, it is not governed by technical rules yun, no, like sa court. But still, it should not be a license na maski unsa na lang po na evidence ang ato ang i-consider, no, because in doing so, no, mawala na po itong due process gihapon ang issuean na. So, even if dili technical administrative lang man ta, it's still not a license, no, na to disregard mga evidentiary rules. Rules in evidence, no, is based on substantial evidence. No. The IC may admit and give probative value to evidence commonly accepted by reasonably prudent men in the conduct of their affairs. So kung documentary evidence may be received in the form of copies or excerpts if the original is not readily available, or upon request, the party shall be given the opportunity to compare the copy of the original. So kung na photocopy na original, pwede na to siya i-compare. If the original copy is in the official custody of a public officer, a certified copy thereof may be accepted. So pwede itong certified to copy, especially if stamped man siya, no, na CTC. The IC may take notice of judicially cognizable facts and of generally technical or scientific facts within its specialized knowledge. The party shall be notified and afforded an opportunity to contest the facts so noticed. So, next. Witnesses must identify their sworn statements if any mere corroborated hearsay does not constitute evidence. And lastly, no, the rules on evidence shall have superatory application. So tomorrow, no, we will discuss more anang evidence, mga burden of proof for tomorrow na topic. But for now, kami lang sa akong mga optional provisions ang ako ang i-present. So now we're at decision. So this is after conclude na ang investigation by the IC. So submission of report kanino. The IC report shall include a draft decision. So pwede no di ba as mentioned before, if mag-create of committee to conduct the hearing, sila man tong mag-submit of recommendation kung saan if i-penalize ba si respondent. And pwede po pag-transmit nila, mag-appeal na sila daan of draft decision. So nasa recommendation and draft decision para pas-pas na lang. So mag-deliberate na ang sanggunian as a body and then kung mag-agree, sign. No? Also, appeal dito ang complete records of each page, summary of proceedings, list of all pleadings, motions. So basically, tong entire docket. Entire docket ni na sa case involved. Such document shall be forwarded to the DA within 20 days. So, katong the receipt of the last pleading and evidence after, in any case, the respondent does not elect a formal investigation after the expiration of the period within which to submit the same. So basically, kani siya, na-conclude na siya, so i-forward na siya sa DA, meaning sa sanggunian as a whole. Kanto ganina, IC lang man tong nag-hearing, no? Nag-conduct sa hearing, so nana sa resolution, submit na nila sa DA, which is katong sanggunian body na as a whole. Then within 30 days after the receipt of the report of the IC and the transmittal of records, the DA shall render a decision in writing stating clearly and distinctly the following. So, kung pwede man po, kung dili niya gi-require ang draft decision, pwede po mag-create na po ang sanggunian as a whole as another decision. But usually, no, I think ang pag-draft sa decision is delegated to the secretary sa uban ba? Kay kinsa ba? Kinsa ba ang nag-draft? Sa secretary, no? So, pwede, pero take note, si secretary lang ang nag-draft. But still, ang decision is sa DA. So, kato, no? Summary of facts, legal basis, the wherefore clause, if exonerated ba siya or guilty. So, voting requirements for the decision, all decisions of the sanggunian, whether guilty or whether guilt or exoneration, shall be approved by at least majority of all members of the sanggunian. So, nominal voting. The secretary shall record voting upon the decision and reasons cited by every member, if any. If abstention, if any, as well as the tie-in vote shall be counted in favor of the constitutional presumption of innocence of the respondent. So, if nag-tie sila ang voting, presume na if we follow the presumption of innocence, so exonerated siya. So, boilerplate lang gihapon ni siya, ma'am, ha? Dissenting opinion, kung naay ganahan mag-dissenting opinion, why not, no? Any member who dissents may write a separate dissenting opinion submitted within the said 30-day period, which shall be appended to the majority's decision. So, if naay gusto mag-dissent, pwede, no? If i-allow ninyo sa inyong rules. Finality of the decision, the disciplining authority shall become final and executed after the lapse of 30 days from receipt of a copy thereof by the complainant or the respondent as the case may be, unless a motion for recon is filed within such period. I-emphasize lang na ko, no, copies of said decision shall immediately be furnished to the complainant, ang governor, municipal or city mayor, and ang DILG. So, motion for reconsideration. Pwede po mo maghatag anina, i-include ninyo sa inyong rules. No? The party affected by the decision may file an MR within 5 days. And then, but the filing of the motion for reconciliation shall not bar the execution of the decision, and a pro forma motion for reconsideration shall not toll the reglementary period of appeal. So, important no na ang nalang pod within these grounds ang ilahang MR. So, pwede mo mag-provide a ground sa MR. Well, the aggrieved party may move for reconsideration upon the grounds that the penalties imposed are excessive, the evidence is insufficient to justify the decision or final order, or that the decision or final order is contrary to law. An MR shall point out specifically the findings or conclusions of the judgment which are not supported by evidence, making express reference to testimonial or documentary evidence. So kanina grounds lang si MR. And then, the MR should be resolved within 15 days. And then, mag-appeal na sila. Kung na-deny si MR, then they can appeal. No? Administrative appeal. When and where to appeal. Kung, no, familiar naman ta, so decision sa Sangguniang Bayan and Panlungsod, asa i-appeal? Sa Sangguniang, decisions of the Sangguniang Bayan and Panlungsod, asa i-appeal? Panalawigan. And decisions of the Sangguniang Panalawigan, Office of the President. No? So, the period of appeal shall be interrupted by a timely motion for reconsideration. The title of the case shall remain as it was in the Sanggunian of origin, but the party appealing the case shall be further referred to as the appellant and the adverse party as the appellee. So, how to appeal? The appeal is taken by filing a notice of appeal with the Sanggunian that render the judgment. So katong lower Sanggunian, the notice of appeal shall indicate the parties to the appeal, the decision, or final resolution or order or part thereof appealed from, and state the material date showing the timeliness of the appeal. So, naman tayo 30 days, no? So, important ang material dates na within mo siya na-file. Copies of the notice of appeal and the record on appeal where required shall be served on the adverse party. Execution pending appeal. The appeal shall not prevent a decision from becoming final or executory. The respondent shall be considered as having been placed under preventive suspension during the pendency of the appeal, and if exonerated, he is entitled to his salary. So, subject of an appeal may be taken from a decision or final resolution that completely disposes of the case. So, kani siya, if pwede na po mo magbutang, unsay dili pwede appeal, so kaning mga MR, kung mag-deny og motion, pwede ninyo ay dili mo pwede mag-appeal, ani, depende sa inyo. An interlocutory order, an order disallowing or dismissing an appeal, or an order of execution, or an order dismissing an action without prejudice. So, you can use this no as your guide for when an appeal, when may appeal may not be taken. In all of the above instances where the judgment or final order is not appealable, the aggrieved party may file a special civil action before ordinary courts. So, sa courts na sila mo kuha o relief. So, perfection of appeal. When the appeal, a party's appeal by notice of appeal is deemed perfected upon the filing of it in due time. So, the Sanggunian of origin loses jurisdiction over the case upon the perfection of the appeals filed in due time and the expiration of the time to appeal of the other parties. Prior to the transmittal of the original record, the Sanggunian of origin may issue orders for the protection and preservation of the rights of the parties which do not involve any matter litigated by appeal, permit appeals of indigent litigants, or order execution pending appeal, and allow withdrawal of the appeal. So, kani siya appeal of other parties. This happens if hindi sabay no ang pag-receive sa parties sa decision. So, lahi pod magdaga ng iyahang number of days. For example, nauna dawat ni respondent, so magdaga na to yung 30 days. Si complainant na dawat man niya later day. So dito pa pud magdagan to iyahang time. So mo nang pasabot ani niya diri. Duty of the Sangguniang Clerk, so within 30 days after perfection of the appeal, it shall be the duty of the clerk of the Sanggunian of a region to verify the correctness of the original record and to make certification of its correctness, to verify the completeness of the records that will be transmitted to the appellate Sanggunian. If found to be complete, to take such measures as may be required to complete the records, and of course, to transmit it finally to the appellate na Sanggunian. If the efforts to complete the records fail, he or she shall indicate in his letter of transmittal the exhibits na wala on record. Then the reason for their non-transmittal and the steps taken or that could be taken to have them available. The Sanggunian Clerk shall furnish the parties with copies of his letter of transmittal of the records to the appellate Sanggunian or the Office of the President. No, kung saan mag-apply. No transcript because kung mga minutes, ang mga stenographic notes, this should also be transmitted by the Sanggunian Clerk. And also, we should also allow if mag-request ang party o copy sa transcript. So that dismissal of appeal prior to the transmittal of the original record on the appellate Sanggunian or the Office of the President, the trial court may motu proprio or motion to dismiss the appeal for having been taken out of time. So if makita na, 2 months naman di ay pa siya nag-file og appeal, ma-dismiss na siya. Pwede ninyo siya i-dismiss. So, transmittal again, copies of the transcripts, and certified true copy. Kani siya, pwede ninyo na copies sa transcript na alang sa Sanggunian of origin. Or pwede ang original, pwede dapat ang copy. So long as certified true copy inyong i-forward. Now, engagement of lawyers. So appearance by counsels is at the discretion of the parties, provided that in any manner the same will not interrupt the flow or schedule of the proceedings. So I think na-raise ni before, na ni Sir Raya, pwede ni siya i-expound pa ninyo na, avoid being loud or boisterous, to address the IC in a respectful manner, mga inana, pwede ninyo siya dagdagan pa. Now naanata sa atong workshop. But for that, mag-open forum sa atin.
Thank you so much po, Attorney Shanice. So atong palakpakan si Attorney Shanice for that very informative discussion. Okay, now we will open the floor for open forum. But before that, we would like to request our RLSU Chief, Attorney Dali, to join us here in front po. So, we would like also to announce that the questions raised earlier this morning po, yung mga hindi na-cater dahil naubusan tayo ng oras, we have uploaded it sa ating microsite po. Then sa microsite, ando na po yung question and also the answer. So you may browse lang po later on pagkatapos po ng day 1 na session natin. So first we will answer this question from our participant via Zoom from FB member Bonso Barabag of the Municipality of Lupon, Davao Oriental. Can the decision of the plenary can be appealed to the proper court? When is the decision of the quasi-judicial considered excessive and abusive?
With regards to appeal, before, if ang appeal is not to the court, so kung yung mentioned kanina, if sa Sangguniang Bayan or Panungsod, the appeal is with the Sanggunian Panlalawigan. And then if it's the decision of the Sanggunian Panlalawigan sa Office of the President. Next is when is the decision of the quasi-judicial considered excessive and abusive. With this, no, depende siya sa evidence no na presented. So dili pod nako siya maingon if it is excessive and abusive dayon ang isa ka decision. But most likely ana is no walay basis no katong isa ka provision dito based on decision sa facts or evidence na not presented. So pwede to siya appeal based on that ground or mag-MR because the conclusion is not pursuant to the evidence presented or record or dili po siya based on law and anak. So maybe on that sense, makonsider siya as excessive and abusive but wala siya hard and fast rule na excessive and abusive dahil.
Thank you, Attorney Shans. Now, another question from the municipality of Bansalan, Davao del Sur. Can a quasi-judicial body conduct motu proprio investigation against an alleged erring elective official?
No, because required sa atong local government code is na a verified complaint, no? So sign under oath. So you need na a complaint first i-file.
Thank you, Attorney Shans. Last question po from our participant via Zoom. Just to clarify regarding the rule on indigent complainants, while they are exempted from LGU fees, does this exemption exclude attorney's fees since the SB requires a verified complaint to initiate QJ, while the complainant still be required to pay for legal services to meet that requirement?
If the indigent party will avail of the services of a private counsel, that's between the private counsel na in the indigent party. The provision regarding indigent party, free lang siya sa fees na required ibayad sa sanggunian, like filing fee, or stenographic notes, pwede siya ma-exempt. But with regards sa legal services, if private counsel, it's between his or her counsel yun. Or pwede po niya i-avail ang services sa PAO. Depende sa part.
Okay, thank you so much po, Attorney Shanice. Now we will cater questions po from the plenary. We have their microphones po. So first we have Sir and then next, kinsa pa po ang mag-question para masunod-sunod na po natin? Okay, so sir, kindly state your first name po and from what LGU.
Okay. Eric Samrisane is the Secretary of Magonoy, Davao del Sur. Good afternoon, Attorney, and to all. Ako lang yun i-klaro, kay amo ang maguning role sa mga sekretary. Kami gidun madutan niya, di rami mga abogado. So among klarohon pero sa amo sa Magonoy, daghan namin na-resolve ng mga cases sa kaning administrative. Sa una pa si Vice Mayor Paden until karon. Naka-agi na siya experience na. Ang daghan lang kung nadawat na binagikang sa ombudsman kaya naman ko yung mga kaso may direct sa ombudsman and then ang ombudsman ilang i-return back ngadto sa lokal. So dito sa sanggunian tugpa. Sa amo ang manggungkuan sa amo ang sa ilahang sa sanggunian nga about sa administrative case dunay ordinance nya nakabutang dito nga kinahanglan dunay filing fee nga himuon sa complainant. Sa gani sa amo diri amo gipadak-an kay usahay magud na mag-file og kanang mga binukinuan lang god niya. Meron ba no panidali ko no labi na members sa sanggunian dili mga abogado. Sahem duol kami mga abogado ang mga amigo ng mga abogado para katabang na jud. So ang akong pangutana na attorney. So dili ba ko liable as secretary nga akong nakabutang man ito nga kung dili walay filing fee nga na-submit akong i-equal siya. Di na ko siya dawaton kaya nakabutang man dito. Labi na nang sagikan sa ombudsman kay gipadala lang sa mua. O katong giingon ganina nga katong mga electronic copies nga ipadala. So manay payment. So as secretary, as nasa kuan sa mong ordinance nga di na ko dawaton kay wala may ebidensya nga nakabayad sila sa maong pag-file nila. Thank you.
In that instance, sige sir. In that instance, siguro sir, if endorse siya sa ombudsman and wala po siya nag-comply no sa IRP, it would be prudent na replyan na lang si complainant na maniata i-cite ninyo ang inyong IRP na i-comply niya para mag-proceed ang QJ ng investigation.
Yes, thank you. So sa ato pa na attorney, dili mag-commence ang pagkuan sa period kay wala pa man di pa man siya accepted ang mao nga complaint. So man ang ginahimo ginatubag na ko tong mga ipadala sa ombudsman. Kay para makakuha pa na mo ang pag-response sa that doon naman sa argumentary period. Sumunod yung ibuhat sa attorney, wala naman po magbalos ang ombudsman. So nawala ra gyud to siya ang kuan. Sato nga complaint.
Okay naman to siya sir, at least notified si complainant sa unsay lacking sa iyang complaint. Kay ombudsman man gud pwede man gud sila mo cater ganig anonymous, so usually mag-letter lang siguro pwede na nila i-consider, pero since sa Sanggunian naaman tay IRP, so i-follow lang jud nato to. So ang prudent lang gyud tama to imong gibuhat sir na i-inform si complainant unsa to yang wala na comply para ma-facilitate to yang complaint.
In addition na po no kay naman rin mga sekretary kauban pa nako. Ang kuan maguro ato Bill GF nag-requirement sila sa atong mga sa atong revenue code. Nagkatong mga fees ganit, di ba? Ikuan na siya, rationalize na. So pag rationalize na mo, for previous, ang among bayro nun is, primero to 1,000 ang filing fee. Hanto na himong 3,000 filing fee. Karon sa pag-rationalize na mo, ako igayo. So mo tayo mong gibutan kay ana lang po nga, para ma-discourage itong uban nga maghimuhimo lang kaso, kasi samok-samok lang. Gadulan-dugan lang nagtrabaho sa itong Sanggunian ba? In the first place, gani, gusto gintan sa Sanggunian nga mawala na ng sakwasay kay burden ka na sila hang part. Kay labi na nag-deal sila og mga constituents nila. Nya mura na mag-away niya mapabura nila. So mangluod na madaot ng ilahang political career. So manaytabo si attorney.
Thank you sir.
Okay, so thank you so much po, Attorney Shans and sir from Hagunoy, Davao del Sur. Okay, another question from our participant via Zoom, from Vice Mayor Ramil Medina of the Municipality of Mawab. Can the complainant and the accused elected official allowed to bring a lawyer during the quasi-judicial proceeding? What if the accused waived his rights to allow his lawyer to answer his question?
No, yes, no. So mentioned before, no, right to counsel. So the parties, no, the complainant and the respondent may be represented by counsel. And if they chose to waive their right to be represented by counsel, they may do so because it is their right. So pwede nila ma-waive, actually. So if they deem it na mas kaya nila to represent themselves, no, risk na ni party. Go.
Okay, thank you, Attorney. So, any other question po from the plenary? Ma'am, you have question po?
Sige, good afternoon. Arceline Cadiz from Sangguniang Bayan, Manay. So ako lang, ani man baka itong gi-express po si Secretary na daghan lagi example nga, dili gid siya legit na mga kaso, gi-raise lang, intention, basig na ilang intention po now. Saan ko pag-plaster ito kung tayo? Ay, sa puno na asap pa dito. Di ba ma'am, example ma'am no, kay iwas, kay whether we like it or not, ang mga Sangguniang Bayan members, we rarely have kanang special relation to mga elected officials po sa barangay. So in case nga mo resolve sila og case and then dili sila gusto mo appeal, but they can always inhibit. What if sila tan mo inhibit kay dili sila gusto nga madautan ang ilang relasyon, di sa gusto na i-color sa unsa mahitabo anak ma'am. Musulat na lang ko ma'am nga inhibit sila tanan wala na lay kaso. Bitaw, yes, mamato ako.
Ini ay katong naatay katong optional provision no pwede ta mag-inhibit based if katong naa valid reason. I believe dili po ta pwede lang mo inhibit just because no kay function baya sa sanggunian mag QJ. So dili siya pwede na to i-evade
Yeah.
just because na dili ta gusto dautan or katong reasons ni mo ma'am. Unless katong mga conflict of interest katong valid gito siya na grounds.
Yes, ma'am. Pero may special case. Kanimo mo munisipyo, ma'am, medyo very small siya niya. Kanang ang degrees, ma'am ba? Murag halos relative na lang halos sa tibuok munisipyo kay naunsa mo na, ma'am. Nga kuan na sa akong bayaw, kuan ni sa akong kuan, murag hapit naman upat ka pamilya na lang isa ka munisipyo, ma'am. Unsa na siya pa.
Siguro ang mahitabuan na ma'am, duha na lang ang mabilin sa committee. No, para lang ma-hear siya.
Masugba silang duha, ma'am.
Ay, nana, jud ma'am. Kay if dili pang puta mo investigate katong disciplinary man pod mismo ang katong wala ang sanggunian. So, pangitahan gid siya og way no na at least ma-respect. And then katong ma'am, unless musugot katong written consent, mag-allow mo written consent na parinti siya within the fourth civil degree man okay lang ang parties katong sample provision earlier for at least na-express consent sa parties involved.
Yes, attorney. Sige, I'll take it from there na lang. Amo nang isuyag balik dito sa isog na mo din tanan. Thank you kayo, attorney.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Attorney Shanice and Ma'am Arceline. Any other question po from the body? May question pa po ba? How about sa ating virtual platform po? Wala na sa Zoom? Sa plenary, wala na din po ba? Okay, sir.
Considering we have no contempt power, so kapag hindi nag-cooperate yung respondent, ma'am, what will be the basis of the decision of the
If si respondent naman, sir, yun yung waiver yun of his or her right to present his side. If subpoena naman po kasi, most likely na dili na si respondent ang subpoena mo na i-contempt to siya na person. Pero if si respondent deny non-appearance on his part or his counsel, pwede na murag i-waive na ma-considered as gi-waive niya iyang right to present his side.
Could we or basis na to siya, ma'am, nga i-decide na mo nga in favor sa complainant?
Mo present gihapon dapat si complainant sa iyang evidence.
Yes,
Proper
kasi
siya.
upon knowing nga walay contempt power, di siya mo anto, patawag, dili yun siya, ma'am, dili walay cooperation. Murag, dead pa lang. Kaya di man siya, ma'am. Pwede ba ang amo ang judgment based sa non-cooperative sa kuan, dili man siya mohatag og kuan.
Ang judgment gihapon, sir, is based sa evidence, not
Yes,
kay
ma'am.
wala lang siya nag-appear. So, si complainant will still present ang iyahang evidence na dapat nagya po substantial evidence
Yes, po,
na
sir.
ma-present si complainant para kung mag-guilty ba or ma-exonerate si respondent.
Because of the IC. Doon sa investigative committee po.
Yes, so during the trial, sir, so dili pwede kay non-appear, na wala siya nag-appear, deemed na dayo na guilty siya. Dapat at least na kay mag-write man mo og decision, no? So, based jud gahapon siya sa facts, sa katong usay gi-present unsay evidence on record. So at least para naay basis na no siya na guilty o na exonerate.
Pero ang real world with mama, klaro lang ani. Musabay naman diha, ma'am, ang political colors. Usually. Katong mga di bawal, di man tungkol mabawal sa tinuod nga pagkitabo sa ground, no? Mo-appear na ang mga dagkong politiko diha. No? But to clear, nga to na lang siguro po ang amoa based on sa investigation sa investigative committee namo.
Yes po.
That would be our basis para pag write-ups na dito mo appear ang mga reasons on convict pa namo ang iyahang.
Yes po.
Thank
Based
you,
on
Kaya.
the merits pa rin po, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you so much po, sir. Okay, so we will have this last question po from the plenary, and we will also cater one last question po from our Zoom. So
Thank you po, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ang akong concern, ma'am, in the case sa ato ang IPMRs, no, through the power virtue of the 8371 as our IP representative. Now, if nakakumitar ang ato ang IPMR o administrative case, is sanction ba gyapon na siya sa atong quasi-judicial power? Or dito na siya sa IP is by virtue of sa customary law? Kasi they are the representative of the certain organization or the IP community.
In that case, sir, kasi ang IPMR Manggod is considered as ex-officio member, di ba, of the Sanggunian.
Yes.
No? So since it doesn't change the fact, although wala may, as far as our knowledge is, to the best of our knowledge, sir, ha, wala manggoy hard and fast rule ba regarding sa IPMR if kanyang disciplinary action sila if they are member of the Sanggunian. Walay ruling or issuances from NCIP, no? Kay generally ang IP is under magud sila sa jurisdiction sa NCIP, pero in that case manggod mahulog manggod gihapon na member gihapon sila sa local sanggunian, either barangay na sanggunian or sangguniang bayan or panlungsod. So it follows na masubject pod sila for disciplinary actions by reason of their ex-officio membership.
Yes, ma'am. I understand po, ma'am, kasi part po siya ng Sangguniang Bayan. And of course, what if the case from the yung omit yung cases or yung pagkakasala po ni IPMR, it is just to protect the IP community. Yun po, he's just protecting the IP rights. So, dinala siya doon sa sa Sanggunian. So, ito po yung problema doon. Dalawang batas kasi ang iiral dyan, yung 7160 at saka 8371. So, saan po yung susundin po natin? Kasi based on the IPRA law, si IPMR is just to protect the IP rights.
Bali, unsa exactly ang case na gi-file, sir, or unsa exactly ang acts committed by the IPMR kay syempre case to case
Actually,
basis
wala
to-
pa pong cases na ganun po. Ang sa akin lang po kung sakali, no, in the yung discharge ng function ng ating IPMR, then somebody in the community nagkaroon ng diskontentado ba? So nag-appear siya doon sa Sangguniang Bayan, nag-file ng complaint. Tapos ano po yung gagawin po ni Sangguniang Bayan?
Kung ang acts complained of against the IPMR falls under section 60 katong gi-enumerate ka ganina na grounds for disciplinary actions, pwede siya masulod sa QJ. Pero other than those enumerated grounds for disciplinary actions, pwede na siya outside.
73-71.
And then
It is not the
yes, kasi ma-acquire makatong gi-discuss kay ni Attorney Shanice kaganina, sir, about jurisdiction of over the subject matter.
So mag-determine yan si Sangguniang Bayan or ipagpatuloy yung hearing or ibalik sa NCIP. Okay, thank you po.
Depends on the grounds complained of, sir.
So thank you, Attorney Dali, and sir from Hagonoy. Sir. All right. So now last question na po from Santa Maria, Davao Occidental. How do we interpret Section 66, Paragraph C of the Local Government Code when we have already discussed that the maximum penalty that the Sanggunian can implement is suspension for not more than 6 months?
Section 66C provides the penalty of removal from office as a result of an admin investigation shall be considered a bar to the candidacy of the respondent for any elective position. With respect to removal, please take note no, sa sanggunian at most sa suspension lang talaga for six months. Now, removal can only be made through the courts. So si court lang talaga yung pwede magpa-remove. So except SK, no, because that is the new law now na pwede pag SK official ang involved, pwede siya ma-dismiss. So kasi dismissal kasi has accessory penalties, no, absolute disqualification. So if ganon, kaya hindi na siya eligible to run again. So mabigat talaga pag removal ang penalty. Yes, the threefold liability rule. Tama, Sir P.
So thank you so much, Attorney Shanice. Last na lang po, Jod. Nagpahabol po na question. If the council feels nga dili nila kaya i-handle ang case due to complications, do they have the right to forward the case to the ombudsman or any court?
Complications, siguro need. For me, what kind of complications, no? But kung tanawon na to ang local government po, it did not provide there, no, the option for the sanggunian, no, to totally inhibit in proceeding with the case. No, in fact, if hindi gani siya ma-conduct, it will, the sanggunian will be subject to disciplinary authority. So, yes, that is why nga, no, the DILG is conducting mga QJ, CapDev para makahandle, no, ang sanggunian, no, sa mga cases filed against them. Before them, sorry.
Thank you so much po. So that will be may pahabol pa na question for Sir Jem.
Jem po from Dawarin. I would like to ask if there is a prescriptive period in serving the suspension. Say for example, nanay decision karon na season, karon na day. Ang suspension was wala na serve. A year after, dito pa siya na serve. Naa pa ba effectivity? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is no prescriptive period, no. Dapat talaga siyang ma-implement. It will only matter if at that time na i-implement na siya, sir, siguro na hindi na siya incumbent, ganun. So hindi na siya ma-implement. Pero kung incumbent pa siya, no, official pa siya, it needs to be implemented within, sir. Okay.
So thank you, Sir Jem and Attorney Shanice. We have a question daw po from Digo City. They would like to speak po. They are joining via Zoom.
Yes, Attorney. Good afternoon. Can I be
Participant
heard?
from the Digo City, kindly
Yes,
turn
Attorney.
on your microphone po and speak.
Yes, Attorney. Good afternoon. Madunggan ko, Attorney.
Sir, from Digo City, hindi ka
Yes,
po marinig dito sa endowments.
Can I be heard now, Attorney?
Yes po, sir. Okay na po yung
Okay.
audio. Lakasan na lang po ng boses, sir, please.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney. Sa inyong magong presentation ganina, Attorney, dito sa draft bitaw nga rules, Rule 5, Section 1, kung pwede na to mabalikan dito, Attorney, naamago dito sa evaluation, upon receipt of the answer, the sanggunian shall in its regular session determine the existence of a probable cause. Sa among rules, Attorney, sa among preliminary investigation is to determine the existence of a prima facie case. So should it be probable cause lang, Attorney, or allowed na prima facie case or probable cause lang ang i-determine during preliminary investigation, attorney.
Sir, ano nga yung na section, sir?
Rule 5, Section 1, sa inyuhang katong draft, attorney,
draft.
or template.
Pwede naman, sir, kay
Evaluation.
boilerplate lang man po to siya na provision. So you can always modify it.
So pwede na prima facie case ang i-determine
Okay.
during the...
Yes, katong wordings lang man siya. You can always modify.
Okay.
Bali, suggested lang yun po siya, sir, na mga provisions na you can include sa inyong IRP. Hindi
okay.
talaga, yun talaga dapat ang yung provision na i-follow nyo.
Okay,
So,
attorney. Kaya na magoy nag-raise ani before, kay mas bugat daw kung prima facie case compared to probable cause lang. So, ganina pagtanaw na ko sa inyong template, probable cause lang naa didto. Then sa amo ang rules kay prima facie case ang i-determine. So, pwede ra siya, attorney, gihapon na prima facie case gyud ang i-determine, not only katong probable cause.
yes, sir. Pwede lang po.
Okay. Sige. Okay, attorney. Katulang, attorney. Thank you, attorney.
Thank you po.
So thank you so much, sir, from Digo City, and Attorney Shanice and Attorney Dali. And also, let us give ourselves a warm applause po. We appreciate your participation and cooperation po throughout our day one na session. So, at this juncture, I will give the floor back to Attorney Shanice to guide us on our workshop po.
So we are now in our IRP drafting, no? So I hope no na namin na learn sa ko. So in the microsite, we have uploaded there no a copy of the slide and a copy of the yung IRP checklist. Sige. No. In drafting your IRP, pwede nyo magtingnan doon, no, ano yung mga possible, especially sa optional provisions na na will help no the sanggunian no in their QJ functions. For example, ito po, ano niya siya? No, this can serve as your guide, no? If the LGU no pag-discuss ninyo. So this sa taas dire ang mandatory provisions na discussed in the morning, na mandatory siya because they are included in the sa ato ang LGC. So kani siya ng mga provisions cover dapat na sa inyong IRP. Below that, no, this is the optional discretionary provision. So mauna nitong mag-delegate mo og sa inyong IC, na case management, ato na discuss na sa second part, mauna ni siya to ng mga provisions. So, in drafting your IRP, you can use this as your guide para pwede po ninyo mo copy dito sa slides, no? Ato ng mga boilerplate provisions para i-include niyo sa inyong IRP. So, actually, depende, no? So, mag-meeting ang LGUs, no, yung respective LGUs, and then we will be requesting the submission of your draft IRP. Draft lang, no, na create ninyo today. Submission is tomorrow. And once you're done with your draft IRP, you can upload it in the microsite. No, check lang the microsite na dito tanan ang instruction asa i-upload. So please upload your IRP because draft IRP because included appeal po siya for the issuance of certificate of completion. So on this side, no, this is the kanisya na guide. You can use this pero this is the previous guide, medyo karaan na ni siya. Dili ni siya, guide lang ni siya as format, no? So you can use this kind of format sa inyo, ha, no? Depende sa ma-discuss sa mga sanggunian. So, guide lang ni siya, ha? Dili ni siya mauto naka-boilerplate. So, naa lang ni siya tanan makita sa microsite. Any questions po sa drafting po? So okay na? No? We will okay na. So please no, we will request the submission of your drafting. We'll be checking it tomorrow. So you have until tomorrow no, to submit your draft IRP. So wala na pa questions for the workshop? Sir? None. Sige, if nawag may questions, you can always no, ask us.
DILG, Department of the Interior and Local Government Region 11.